Welcome. I wish to welcome everyone and officially declare the meeting open at 9 a.m. Could I remind everybody that Council's ordinary meetings are open to the public and are also live streamed to provide access to all community members. Attendees in the gallery may be recorded, and this video and audio of the meeting will be available on Council's website. I wish to acknowledge the traditional custodians on the land on which we stand, the Gulnay people, and acknowledge my respect for their current and emerging elders and those in the Dreaming, and thank them for their contributions they've made in building our community. Wish to welcome Father Joby to conduct the opening prayer. Welcome, Father.
Thank you. Loving and gracious God, we come before you today with hearts full of gratitude for the opportunity to serve our community. We ask you for guidance and wisdom as we gather to discuss the needs and the challenges of our community. Bless each council members, staff, and all who are present here today. May our decisions reflect justice, integrity, and compassion. Help us to work together with respect and understanding, always seeking the common good. We also lift up our farmers into your hands. Bless them with favorite weather, sunshine and rain in just right measure, so that they may yield a fruitful harvest to sustain our community. Grant us the clarity to see what is right, the courage to practice it, and the humility to acknowledge our limitations. We entrust our region and its people into your loving care, and we pray for peace, prosperity, and unity among us. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father. Have a lovely day.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Are there any apologies? No apologies? Move on to our declaration. Declaration of prescribed conflicts of interest or declarable conflicts of interest. I now invite those present to use this opportunity to make public any prescribed conflicts of interest or declarable conflicts of interest in respect of the items in the agenda. Councillors should use this opportunity to disclose and or comment on other councillors and or staff interests in accordance with the Act and regulations. Do we have Councillor McLeod?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I have a conflict of interest in item 10.4, C0W000099, Register of Pre-Qualified Suppliers for Trade and Professional Services, and that is because I am a director of one of the companies listed, and I will be leaving the room when this item is discussed.
Thank you. Any further? Councillor Purvin?
Yes, through the chair, I myself as well will be leaving items 10.4 and 10.5, Register of Pre-Qualified Suppliers for Trade and Professional Services, and Registers of Pre-Qualified Suppliers for Plant and Truck Hire, as my partner works for one of the companies on there that's in both those items.
Thank you. We'll have that noted. I'd now like to ask, do we want to stand for the minute silence, please, for former councillor, Cardwell Shire Council, Giuseppe Galliano. Councillor, he was a councillor between 1991 and 2000. He was deputy mayor between 2000 2004, and he was the mayor from 2004 to 2008. We send our condolences to the family and would like to pay our respects in a minute's silence. Thank you. Please be seated. We'll now move on to item 1.1, minutes from the local government meeting. Last local government meeting. Somebody like to move? So moved by Councillor Baines. Seconded by Councillor Littlemore. All those in favour? Carried. Thank you. Gotta love technology, don't you? Now we'll move on to item 1.2, minutes of the special meeting dated 5th of September 2024. We have a mover for that. Councillor Pervin, seconded by Councillor Chewy. All in favour of that? Thank you. Moved. We go to item 2, business arising from the previous minutes. Anybody got any business arising? No business arising. Okay, well, we shall move on to receipts of minutes. This is the receipting of minutes from EDAC and the Audit Committee. Can we have somebody move that these minutes be received? Yes.
I'll move.
Councillor McLeod, somebody to second those. Councillor Chewy. All in favour? Thank you. Move on to 4, community and culture. I invite Ms. Knoll to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
No worries. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, councillors. I'm presenting, Ms Hack is an apology today, so I'm presenting the Community Grants and Support 2024-2025 Round 1. Cassowary Coast Regional Council Grants and Support Program provides support for identified community members and local community organisations that endeavour to make positive change and contribute to a vibrant community. Applicants are subject to eligibility criteria and must complete the relevant application through Council's Smarty Grants platform with all supporting documentation in order for the application to be considered. Round 1 of the 24-25 Community Grants and Initiatives Program opened for applications on 15th of July and closed on 16th of August 2024, and Council is asked to consider the Assessment Panel's recommendations for Round 1. 17 applications were submitted to Round 1, with 5 deemed eligible at close of submission, and after the first week, 12 were then deemed eligible and 2 submissions were withdrawn. Just in relation to that, there's a new process where we've got a 1 week allowing for the we review the applications, and if there's any supporting documentation that's missing, applicants are now given an additional week. And we found that that's the officer working with the applicants will help improve their capacity and the quality of the applications. So as evidenced through that process. Panel members consist of the portfolio councillor, councillor officers and or subject matter experts, if required. Successful applicants will be invited to enter into funding agreements with council. Unsuccessful applicants will be advised of the outcome of their application, including the reasons for the outcome, and will also be invited to participate in feedback sessions. Total applications recommended for funding for this round is $32,702.60. Mayor, did you want me to read out all the applications for consideration? We have quite a few.
I think so.
That's fine. So the recommendation is that Council approve the following recommendations of the Assessment Panel for Round 1 of the 24-25 Community Grants and Support Program, Community Projects and Initiatives as listed. 2, note the increased number and high standard of applications and acknowledge and thank all applicants for their submissions. And 3, delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009 to finalise any and all matters relating to the 2024-2025 Round 1 of the Community Grants and Support Program for the Community Projects and Initiatives stream.
Thank you. Councillor Chewy.
Thank you, Ms Knoll. As you've said, it's great to see such a wonderful array of people and groups nominating, and we thank everybody for their support, and obviously the applications are becoming much stronger. Can you just let people know when the next round might be coming available?
The next round for round 2,
Yes.
it's in October, but we
Yes.
can, that will be published on our website as
just
well.
so people can
Yes.
think about what they might like to do.
Yeah.
And this, so we've just talked about it before, but it's also, the environment and the community sit together now, don't they?
Yes.
So we just have to do the one grouping. And can you just talk about the Smarty search on our website too for grants, so that we do not just our own grants now on the page, that if people want to know what else is out there, that how they can go about finding out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, we've increased our subscription to Smarty Grants, and that provides access to a range of grants available for community organisations, government, non-government, philanthropic. So all of that is available. The link's on Council Smarty Grants page. So there's a whole world of grants out there. But if you do want any information around funding for your project, please don't hesitate to reach out to our officers. Our community development officers are more than willing to help.
So would that be done through customer service?
Yes. Yep, just ring the 1300 number or send an email to community@ccrc.qld.gov.au.
Very good. Any further comments? Somebody want to say? Yes, Councillor Baines. Thank you.
With your indulgence.
Yeah.
And I'm going to reflect on the comments that Councillor Chewy's just made. It's an excellent process. This is a great program, and it's really optimistic and encouraged by the increase in the quality of the applications. People need to realise these funds are available. I think we're doing 3 times a year now. So we've increased it to 3 times a year, which gives people the opportunity to, one, if they didn't get it quite right, try and tweak it up, make it work. But it's also encouraging other members of the community to please get involved in this. You know, these are funds that have been identified through savings in some of our rationalisation programs, and some of those ideas at times. So it's money's there, and we'd like to support community in using it. Did I get that wrong, Ms Knoll?
Through the chair, just as a rider to what you've said, Councillor, the community infrastructure grants, that's the direct direct
link.
outcome. The other grant funds are through operations. Through.
Well, then we're especially generous, are we not?
We are, very.
Yes.
More
Thank
than they
you.
think.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think a lot of that, do you think a lot of that uptake now is because of the education that's been given in those sessions at the libraries and stuff that you and your team have been doing?
I hope so, Councillor. And we're also, the Community Development Officer, Ms Hack, is also doing online as well. So it's available 24/7.
Great. Councillor Jessup?
Yes, good morning. This is wonderful to see people taking this up. So the remaining balance of each round goes into the next, is that correct? So
Through the chair, yes, Councillor.
okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Councillor Pervin?
Yeah, just in your report there, just noting where you spoke about the change in the extra week. I think that's a great idea, because not every time people get it right the first time, so giving them that extra time to come back with further information, you're giving them that extra go to just have it, to get in there and get the grant funding approved, and just to see the uptake from 5 to 12, that was very good itself, just by an extra week of the staff helping these organisations do it.
Through the chair, thank you, councillors. And I just wanted to note that this is public money, and sometimes we do get some feedback around the level of, sometimes it's considered onerous by volunteer organisations, but these are public funds that have to be accountable in accordance with the Local Government Act, and there has to be a high level of transparency as well. So it is, we do have to do a high level of accountability and due diligence, but we try and keep it to a minimum to lessen the impact on the volunteer organisations.
Very good. All in favour of that? Very good. Carried it over. Trudy. Okay, and you're also presenting the next 4.2
Yes.
advocacy plan.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is for Council to consider the 2024-2025 advocacy plan. Council's advocacy is a crucial function that connects our community with various levels of government. Between 2022 and 2024, Council conducted extensive consultation through the community scorecard process, with over 4,150 community members participating, providing feedback and ideas to guide future priorities. The insights from the community scorecards have been incorporated into Council's advocacy priorities, which include both the 2023 Advocacy Plan, which was adopted by Council in March 2023, and the 2024-2025 plan currently put before Council for consideration. Council's leadership through our advocacy and action is dedicated to pursuing new and innovative opportunities. We aim to leverage strategic partnerships and collaborations with all levels of government, community and industry to capitalise on our strategic advantages. We focus on addressing the social, economic and environmental challenges of the Cassowary Coast region, aiming for long-term inclusive and sustainable socio-economic outcomes through a place-based, community-first approach. Thanks to support from the state and Commonwealth governments and the Cassowary Coast community, our advocacy efforts have led to successes in various areas during 2022 and 2023, including primary health care, the Port Hinchinbrook Sewage Treatment Plant, the Coastal Hazard Adaptation Strategy, Mission Beach Town Centre Revitalisation, the Unsealed Road Network, water infrastructure, Cassowary Coast University Centre, Cardwell Tropical Mountain Bike Trails and Carramine Beach Boat Ramp, just to name a few. Council is now asked to consider adopting the 24-25 Cassowary Coast Regional Council Advocacy Plan. The recommendation is that Council adopt the 2024-2025 Cassowary Coast Regional Council Advocacy Plan as presented with this report. I would also like to note that there's 3 just administrative errors, one in a data, one on page 8 and one on page 14. So, and
All good.
They'll be corrected.
Nobody's perfect.
We try.
So I'd just rather make a comment rather than ask a question or anything. And I've got some important points to make about the advocacy plan. But first of all, I'd like to thank you and your team and all involved in preparing this document. It's a great tool for ensuring that the Cassowary Coast gets its fair share, and I can tell you I carry it in my bag. Definitely every time I go to Brisbane or Canberra or anywhere, it's there beside me. My main focus is on providing resilient road infrastructure, as you may know. That was one of my plights. Unsealed roads make up a large portion of our road network, which plays a vital part in keeping our community connected, and not only for residential but also for the large agricultural industries that we have. Maintaining these roads are a challenge on a good day, not to mention when we receive long periods of heavy rain, which often delays works and creates even more problems. Our focus is on enhancing road resilience whilst ensuring our practices are sustainable and cost effective. We have been investigating new technologies using recycled materials that may help reduce sediment runoff to the Great Barrier Reef, and we are looking for methods that are innovative to improve this. Not focused on sealing all the roads though, unfortunately. We would love to, but I think that's a little bit far out of our grasp at this point in time. Further to roads, there's a big focus on building strategic transport and supply chain infrastructure through advocating for the upgrade of the Palmerston Highway as a crucial link to the Tablelands and the Port of Marillion, and also the continuous development of Mundu Airport. Finally, advocating for funding to complement our waste management so we can have a smooth move into the commingled recycling to reduce waste to landfill. This is part of the federal government's drive to transition into a circular economy. So they're only some of the things that we've got on our radar, but I'd like to move the motion, but yeah, it's fantastic. Thank you. Councillor Purvin? Councillor Chewy?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Just wanting to, once as Councillor Melba said, thanking the team, but it's really crucial that our community understand who is responsible for what. I know as a councillor myself, I get emails regarding certain things that don't fit under the local government mantra. So this is great that we are reaching out to the powers that be that actually control those particular subjects for better outcomes for the Cassowary Coast. But I know that Tully Mission Beach Road is main road, the Ilarish Mission Beach Road is main roads. And while, and we need to, just let people know who runs what. So well done on this. Thank you.
Yes, and further to that, there's a lot of health issues and health breakdown within the area that really don't fall under the realms of council, but we do provide advocacy in higher levels to see that we can get the needs here. Yeah, thank you. Anybody else got anything to say? No? Councillor Baines?
Of course.
Of course.
We're getting busy down this end of the table. And just further to your comments, Madam Mayor, I mean, advocacy is one of the strongest pieces that councillors are in this job for. And, I think a strong part of my job is to get money out of Brisbane and money out of Canberra and spend it on the ground in the Cassowary Coast, supporting our residents, supporting our infrastructure. This is an outstanding plan. It lends itself to some of the environmental issues and environmental stuff. Sometimes people take that with a bit of a grain of salt, but there's a huge opportunity for local governments coming up in this area, whether it be through the other two levels of government where the federal government support with the Reef Guardian Council's project is outstanding, and as we keep producing positive results for them, I believe that investment will increase. And people are recognising that local governments, we're the guys on the ground. We're the guys on the coalface. We're the guys talking to the residents every day.
And they say the noisier we are, the more success
Which is the
we'll
importance
have
of
in
it.
getting that money to
Absolutely.
places that it should be, not going through all the rest of the supply chain.
So it's an essential piece of the work we do, and I encourage all the councillors here, be noisy, have conversations. Yeah. They love listening to us. Well, they have to listen to us. They don't love listening to us.
We just really need them to know where Cassowary Coast
But part
is.
of our job as well is about patience and persistence.
Yep.
I mean, I know community gets frustrated at times that things seem to take years, but it's the quagmire of government and how it works. But we keep at it, and these projects are starting to hit the ground. So there's some great opportunities, and you have my absolute support in this document. Great work. Thank you.
Good job. Anybody else got any comments? No? All those in favour of it? Thank you. Thank you, Ms Knoll. We'll move on to 5.1 regional economic leadership. We have Ms Bishop to present.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors.
How are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Ms Bishop.
Thank you. Good morning. How are you? Through to the Chair, taking the report and actions to be read. Linking to Action 1.1 of the Economic Development Plan, Strong Economic Leadership. Seeking to 1. Acknowledge contributions of the Economic Development Advisory Council. 2. Endorse amendments to the terms of reference. And 3. Approve the expression of interest process. Changes to the terms of reference will allow the Economic Leadership Committee to become more of an independent body, enhance the committee's capacity to provide regional economic leadership, empower the group to act with greater autonomy, foster innovative solutions and stronger advocacy for the region's economic interests. The expression of interests, standing members will receive direct invitations. The expression of interest will be published on the council web page, Your Say, and promoted across all media channels, including radio. The expression of interest will be advertised for a minimum of 14 days. Key members may be recruited directly by council officers. All applications will be reviewed by a selection committee made up of 2 standing ELC members, a portfolio holder from Economic Development and Tourism, and the Director of Development and Environmental Services. Any inquiries can be directed to the Economic Development team. Are there any questions?
Councillor McLeod?
Yes.
Thank you, through the chair. Ms Bishop, can you just repeat how people can express their interest in applying for this? I know we've got a great membership structure there, and we've got our standing members, and they carry a large range of, I'll mention a few of them. You've got your chambers, Cassowary Coast Business Women's Network, tourism, cane growers, bananas, Ports North, Key, and then you've got your expressions of interest of all these other ones. I do highlight people to go on and actually have a look, because we do want people from education and health and all the rest of it. But can you just reiterate how people can actually express?
Absolutely. Well, outside of directing any inquiries to our economic development team, the expression of interest is an online survey that's going to be on our Your Say website. So it's a very easy link to the expression of interest form, and it's accessible by everyone. That particular form and web page will be advertised heavily to promote that.
Thank you so much.
Are they able to come into the office and get a copy of that form if need be?
Yes, I'm sure they can.
Okay, absolutely, great. Any further questions on that? You're moving that?
I'm moving that, thank you.
Councillor McLeod moving. Councillor Jessup seconded. All in favour? Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we just make sure everybody's got their phones off over there? Thank you. We now move on to item 6, governance, 6.1 financial report. Ms Stravarsky will present.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Good morning, councillors. The financial report for this month. The Chief Executive Officer is required by Section 204, subsection 2 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 to present the financial report at a meeting of the local government once per month. The financial report must state the progress that has been made in relation to the local government's budget for the period of the financial year up to a day as near as practicable to the end of the month before the meeting is held. The monthly financial report provides a comprehensive overview of the financial health and performance of council. This report is essential for ensuring transparency, accountability and informed decision-making within council. It highlights key financial metrics, analyses budget variances and assesses the progress towards achieving council's financial goals and objectives. Some of the highlights for this month. Operational revenue year to date is 50.2 million, which is more than budget by 6.4 million. Operational expenditure year to date is 19.3 million, which is under budget by 793,000. This results in operational profit for the year to date of 30.9 million, which is better than budget expectations. And as you'll recall, we've previously spoken about this. The reason we are better than budget forecast is because of the timing of the financial assistance grant. So we will talk to you about adjusting that in our budget review. Otherwise, it'll keep appearing as better than budget expectations. Yeah. Total capital expenditure is going well and represents 42% spent of the 84.85 million. So this is including our commitments. Our end of cash balance is 67.35 million. And I'll just highlight a couple of areas for you, particularly around some of our opportunities and risks as well. In terms of the timing of our rates, so we'll get some more information for you next month because our rates haven't been fully forecasted in this particular report because it was on the 6th of September. But just to give you a bit of an update, 85.09% of people paid on time. That means they obtained the discount. We also had 496 payment arrangements, so a number of people took up payment arrangements, and that's interest-free. to all local residents. If they're unable to pay in full, they come to talk to us and we'll be able to arrange a payment arrangement so they can take advantage of that. Fees and charges revenue is over budget by 113k. So this variance is largely driven by additional revenue that we got in transfer stations and cemeteries. So we've got more money than we expected in those areas, but this is offset in that we have obtained less than expected income in development and building applications, although it is early days on that point. Additional interest, so we've got $120,000 was earned in additional interest, and this is in terms of our investment. So we have got cash that we invest, and that's healthy at the moment. Interest rates are pretty healthy, so that's an opportunity for us. Employee expenditure, so it's something that you may have an interest in. We applied a 10% attrition rate when we set this budget. It was a way of us being able to try and mitigate ratepayers paying more in terms of their rates. So we made an undertaking that we would keep a 10% attrition rate, or essentially a 10% vacancy rate. We haven't been able to maintain that 10% attrition rate as yet. So we're over budget on 273k on that prediction. We believe there is an opportunity to bring that back with holidays coming up, and we will explore during budget review some other opportunities around how we can get that in at that 10% that we forecast. Contract labour. So we are overspent in contract labour in a couple of our areas, commercial services and infrastructure services. An overspend of $49,000 in contract labour for waste and resource recovery, but this is actually offset by an underspend in salary and wages. There's also an overspend in water and sewage contract labour of $7,000, but all up, it's actually under budget when you include the salary and wages that hasn't been spent. The team are at the moment looking at putting out those positions and making sure that they backfill those vacant positions, so where our contract labour is reduced. Infrastructure services as well is over budget by $60,000, and this is really sort of unexpected, covering extended sick leave for employee. They have recently been able to successful in getting recruiting 3 people, and they will be transitioned to full-time employment with council shortly. So that means that particular overspend on contract labour should be mitigated in the future, but sometimes things happen that we can't always forecast. Materials and services, we're actually under budget by $1 million on that, but I think it will adjust in future months, largely because of the timing of invoices that haven't been received for our waste and collection services of $369,000, and timing of expenditure for fuel costs and vehicle registration. So we haven't got the invoices to pay, but they'll be coming shortly, so that will be an adjustment. The other one that you probably will note is Port Hinchinbrook dredging project. We had budgeted to have spent it by now. The project isn't underway, so it has been delayed. So that's why it's sitting there as 460Ks and under budget for material and services. Just a couple of things around the DRFA funding, and I know our Chief Executive Officer will be talking about that shortly, but we didn't actually budget for it, so we'll need to adjust that in BR1. We didn't want to make any assumptions about what sort of money we were going to obtain, but we are now receiving notification that some of our projects have been confirmed from QRA. So as we receive the funding, we will adjust the budget, but we didn't make any assumptions on that previously. As far as our capital budget goes, 84 of the 84.85 million, as I said, so far we've got 35.25 inclusive of commitments has gone through our systems, and we have now got commitments raised for Calendar Park, Fitzgerald Esplanade Drain, Mission Beach CBD revitalisation, construction of sewer rising main Charles Street to Ash Street, water main renewals River Avenue, East Innisfail Part B, Jubilee Bridge, water main renewals Brannigan Street interconnection, Innisfail sewage pump station. So lots of work progressing in that part. Just a couple of the risks. I've already mentioned the 10% attrition rate. I won't go through that again. The other risk that we had was, as you know, adjustments, as you know, with the state government funding for Port Hinchinbrook. So council will be partially paying out the current loan and will be charged an early payment adjustment from QTC. The remaining portion of the loan will be transferred to the Waste Department, and the necessary adjustment will be completed during Budget Review 1. We spoke about this at our special meeting. You'll recall that we were actually able to reduce our exit fee. I guess you always get charged an early exit fee by a significant amount by being able to retain a portion of that loan to fund our Waste Department project. So actually that was a good result. Otherwise the exit fee would have been about 360, and in the end it ended up being only 220k. So not really a risk, but something worth highlighting. The other opportunities around depreciation. So we didn't have all the information that we needed when we were setting budget earlier in the year. We still had information coming through from our consultants and from our officers around what our actual depreciation is on our assets. We overestimated, as it happens. We overestimated potentially up to about 700k. So this really presents an opportunity for council for us to discuss what we do moving forward. You'll recall we ran a deficit budget because we did not want our ratepayers to have to fulfil and pay more than the rate rise that we had. There may be an opportunity that we will mitigate that deficit budget. We may end up running a balanced or a surplus, but that's something for us to discuss at a later time. So that's an opportunity for us. The financial assistance grant, we've spoken about this. We received it a couple of 2 or 3 days after the end of financial year, which is creating a little havoc in our reporting. It's creating a little havoc in reporting for every other council council. Right. So our recommendation probably is not to budget on receiving another one in this financial year, but we'll talk about that in due course as part of our Budget Review 1 in October, which is scheduled in October. With the notification of government funding for Port Hinchinbrook sewage on the 5th of September. So this is really an opportunity for us as well. We had budgeted a reduced interest rate than we were actually paying. So for that particular loan, as part of our budget papers, we put in 5.18. That was the figure that we were sort of being given. But in the end, we were paying 5.7%. So the fact that that loan has happened and we've got that money, it's reduced that interest rate expense that we'd budgeted to be lower than anticipated. So the recommendation is that council receive and note the 24-25 financial performance report for August 2024.
Thank you, Councillor Littlemore. Councillor Jessup seconded. All those in favour? I've got a comment. I just wanted to refer to, in the report, the part relating on the 460,000 spent on Port Hinchinbrook dredging project. I just wanted to confirm that that is will be fully recoverable once we receive the money, the 1.5 million from.
Yes, it will be. Yeah.
It will be?
Yeah.
Yes. So,
that's the plan.
yeah. Okay, and I also wanted to make clear that. Yeah.
Sorry, Chair. Just on that, we have had, I guess, informal advice that the movement of funds has occurred, the Commonwealth,
really?
but we haven't got that in writing. But we have the resolution once we have that in writing to progress with the preferred contractor. So, informal advice that that movement of funds has occurred, and we'll hopefully have that variation formally signed and back with us for that funding agreement.
So could you explain further the 460k?
Through the Chair, Council will have a funding agreement for up to $1.5 million to undertake the works there. It's from a timing and phasing point of view, we've got 460k there that we would have anticipated we spent. We didn't anticipate that the Commonwealth would take up to 9 months to approve a variation, a fairly simple variation to the funding agreement. But yeah, obviously once those works commence, both the value of the contract with the preferred contractor and the works to prepare this project will be recoverable out of that grant funding. So they're obviously, we undertake the work, we put in a claim, and we acquit that grant.
Very good. Also, can we make clear that where the allocation of the extra $7 million we received from the federal government came from, as I do not believe it came from the LGGSP. Is that right?
I think through the chair, the LGGSP grants are the first phase of that. The announcement around successful projects is some point in September. It probably appears unlikely, being the 26th today, and a caretaker period about to commence with the state government, that will be announced. So no, they haven't been assessed. There's no successful projects through the LGGSP funding yet. The $7 million, and the reason that we've already received that $7 million is that was a variation to the previous funding agreement that council had with the state government. So that $6.3 million agreement was amended to include the additional $7 million, and that $7 million has been paid to council already, and that loan has been paid down to the residual value for the Stodders Hill project.
Very good, very good. Any further comments? No? All good?
Just great work, and good to see that, again, patience and persistence.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks. Move on to 6.2, Cassowary and Cowley Foreshore Management Plan, presented by Mr. Anderson. Good morning.
Through the chair, good morning, Madam Mayor, good morning, councillors, and thanks for the opportunity to present on this agenda item. So the purpose of the Cassowary and Cowley Beach Foreshore Management Plan is to manage the continued recreational use and commercial use of the foreshore areas at both Cassowary and Cowley Beach in the short, medium and longer terms, that promotes the preservation of the ecological, cultural and social values of the area. The Foreshore Management Plan is non-statutory. The key objectives for the management are listed in the report. I'd also like to highlight the range of engagement tool within the consultation section. The range of engagement tools and activities that we utilise to capture the community's input into the plan, and those outcomes of those that community stakeholder input is also included in the plan, with a summary of the sponsors looking at how the beaches are used, feedback on vegetation management and in particular weed management, feral animals, feral pest plants, as I mentioned, but also the existing infrastructure and structures that are in place, and then any safety concerns around foreshore coconut trees, and then also views on the use of quad bikes and ATVs within the area. So based on that feedback, the report highlights a number of recommendations, and in summary would be to undertake enhanced dual rehabilitation at the locations, increase both pest animal and pest plant treat programs at that location, development of a regional coconut management plan, formalising a number of the beach accesses in place to reduce vegetation impacts but also site erosion, further explore some commercial use of the site, but that be based on the individual community desires at each location. Undertake seasonal management of both shorebird and turtle nesting areas, and I would also highlight there will be no seasonal closures or no closures of any beach areas as part of that process. We'll also implement a dog management regime of closed, on-leash and off-leash areas, so obviously it has based on the individual beach areas, but also those environmental components, in particular the Cassowary National Park and also the Department of Defence land, which obviously is listed as our World Heritage elements within our region. Also, the necessary to ensure the open space classification as the service level standards that are occurring in that location to ensure council's level park infrastructure maintenance is consistent with the council adoption of service level standards. And also a final component would be there'd be no change to the current local law regarding the use of quad bikes or the all-terrain vehicles, which is currently allowed for official purposes only. So based on the report, the recommendation is that council adopt the report titled Cassowary and Cowley Beach Foreshore Management Plan. They note the key recommendations, as I just listed, are detailed in the report, and I'd like to acknowledge and thank the communities of Cassowary and Cowley for their active role in the consultation process in the delivery of the final foreshore management plan, and happy to take any questions.
Councillor Chewy.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd just firstly like to thank Mr Anderson and his team because this is a long process. I believe the community worked well together. There were a few little concerns which our officers have addressed well, and I thank them for that. I thank also the community for raising, I believe Mr Anderson might like to talk, that some people felt they didn't have the correct information reached to them appropriately, so hopefully we can work together to ensure that is a smoother process next time. But just a couple of points on this. Could you explain regarding the ATVs what official duties are considered to be applicable for an ATV permit?
Through the chair, thank you very much for the question, councillor. So, official purposes. So, within the local law, the local law allows for ATV and vehicle use more generally on the beaches for official purposes. And official purposes, an example of that may be if there's an event associated with a marine debris cleanup, then council's able to permit the use of those ATVs, and obviously would look at the range of issues in terms of public liability, safety equipment, training, registration, all those elements are part of it. Similarly, the Cassowary Fishing Club has a permit already in place, and they'll use that to replace the vinegar stands there that's located along the beach there for the irukandji bites. So that would be a definition and how it's utilised.
Thank you. And you can't see any other official duties that people feel they might need to apply for?
Through the chair, thanks again for the question. Any person's able to make an application, and based on that, it'll be an interpretation of the local laws through the reg services staff around what official purpose looks like. So, example, surf life saving would be another reasonable one, I'd suggest.
And following on from the local law conversation, I believe there's been some confusion about who actually has the right to enforce laws in whether it be Cassowary, Cowley, Mission Beach. Could you just elaborate on who can, why they can, and yes, how if somebody feels they need to report an incident or an outcome, what would be the best way to go about it?
For sure.
Wherever that might be.
Through the chair. So the primary undertaking in terms of enforcement of the foreshore management plan in those council managed areas undertaken by regulatory services, and there's a number of staff also within the natural environment team that have authorised officers to undertake that. So they're the primary role, and they're probably the only authorised officers that will do it. And there is an approach in terms of that regulatory approach in terms of an education role, signage, education, prior to that last extent, which is obviously that the infringement notice approach. Any member of the public can provide any details into council, as they do from time to time, in terms of the customer response process, and that can, in terms of alleged, inappropriate activities within that foreshore area, and then that will be followed up by our local law staff and natural area staff as appropriate.
Yeah, so further to that, I agree, because there was some misconceptions about who was going to be policing the area and how and why. Thank you for that. I also, sorry, councillor. Yeah, I'll just, if you don't mind, I also would like to thank the community members who came forward and shared their concerns and positivity around it. I do believe, as I said, there were several misconceptions which you have picked up in your report today, so that's great. There will be no seasonal closures, and the ATV thing is not just illegal as a council thing, it's actually illegal with the police as well. So, yeah.
For sure. So through the chair, so there's an average of 15 deaths a year associated with ATV rollovers. That's over on private and public land, and also up to 1,400 serious injuries as part of that process. And more recently, within August, one of the northern beaches within the Townsville area, there was a death there as well. So they're obviously going through that process of investigating that, and then liability associated with that as well.
So all in all, with both of the foreshore plans, there's really not going to be a great deal that people are going to see changing in their area.
Through the chair, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
It's a non-statutory document that just gives guiding principles over the next 10 years of how we undertake and manage those two areas.
Very good. Councillor McLeod, did you have something to add?
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. I really want to thank the team. This has been quite a long process. Things have been going over 2 3 years, I think, longer than that. Rome was never built in a day, as I say, but I do want to thank the team for bringing this, to finalisation. Well, not final, but I also want to thank the community. We had 2 community group sessions. I've attended both, the one at Cowley and the one at Caramine, for the community for their input as well. And, it was, once we went back and we did this draft, it was emailed to all of those ones that did attend that night, and it was out on Your Say. So the whole broader community of the Cassowary Coast still had their chance as well. So I want to thank them also for their contribution. And, that's denutting, because this also helps us guide us on when we denut coconuts and all of our maintenance around those areas. So this is great. So thank you very much.
And Councillor Baines, of course.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll roll it into this conversation. It'll all be part of it. And please say defruiting coconuts. So, Mr. Anderson, probably, and I know we spoke specifically about there'll be no closures around turtle nesting and around shorebird nesting, but there'll be an educational piece around those times that happen, because the nestings are increasing in the regions, and it's a great thing to see. So we'll do some interpretive signage and some notifications to let people know that we'd prefer that they didn't, ride vehicles here or let their dogs off the leash here. But again, no closures. The beach will be open right through. Would that be an accurate statement?
Through the chair, that's correct, councillor, and thanks for the question. So there will be no closures, and any sites, there will be that education campaign as we normally do along a number of our beaches as we lead up both to the shorebird nesting season, but also the turtles. And as those nests are identified, then signage will go out, and that'll be just alerting the public as they go past, and the monitoring will be undertaken by a range of community groups and community members, that as they go past those areas, that obviously they need to be cautious around both the either shorebird nesting or turtle nesting, depending on what's occurring at that time.
Thank you. And further too, if I may, and I'm going to recognise, yes, this has been a long process. Historically, there's been a foreshore management plan at Mission Beach for quite a few years, which will be reviewed as part of this ongoing program, which is a great program with council. Cardwell has a sort of a foreshore management plan that rolled out post the restoration work post Cyclone Yasi. And just because there are other coastal communities within our region, and some of them are in the room today, so I'd like to, absolutely, just to let you know that it's not budgeted in this at the moment, but the future plan is to have foreshore management plans up and down our coastline in its entirety. And then they'll be, so this is 10 years we're saying? That's right. And then ongoing reviews of those as they go along. So again, thank you to the community. We'll be encouraging other community members to get involved in the process as it comes forward. And thanks to yourself and your team, because we live in the Cassowary Coast, the beating heart of the wet tropics, and the birthplace of the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park. So having these sorts of non-statutory documents, we've got these sort of guidelines within our region to look after it for the future. Thank you.
Through the chair, thanks, councillor, and also probably should mention that today is World Cassowary Day as well. So,
Happy World Cassowary Day. So further to that, if anybody does have any concerns or doesn't understand or has a misconception about something that's in there, I encourage you to just call council and maybe have a chat to Michael, and I'm sure there's a simple explanation. Sometimes people read things differently and get a bit confused about how it's strewn out on a piece of paper, so please don't go off in agony, and just give us a call and we can have a chat about it. So, Councillor Chewy, did you move that? You did move that, yeah. Councillor McLeod to second that. Thank you. Sorry, did you have something further to say? All right, all those in favour? Carried, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Okay, 6.3, policy reviews. Miss Kerr will present.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, how are you?
Morning, Miss
Very well,
Kerr.
thank you. Most exciting part of the agenda. So we have several policies to present to you today. The first one is the Audit Committee Charter, which has been reviewed and endorsed by Council's Audit Committee meeting at its meeting held in August. All policies are tracked, changed and attached to the report for the reader's reference. Council's Complaints Management Policy, it was due for its cyclical review and has been updated to include some Queensland Ombudsman best practice documents and Australian standards. The Contractor Code of Conduct attached has been identified as needed and defines the standards of behaviour and requirements expected from contractors engaged by Council. The code is applicable from the commencement of an engagement process, covering not only contractors who are successfully engaged, but also those who submit tenders, quotes and expressions of interest for goods, trades, services or consultancies with Council. Additionally, the code extends to any other situations where a contractor's actions could impact the reputation or operations of Council. The Park and Street Furniture Donation and Tribute Plaque Policy has suggested amendments and includes a title change to the policy from memorial to tribute and further clarification on tribute plaque text deemed appropriate, as well as other minor updates. The Road Network Policy has been reviewed with no significant amendments recommended at this stage. And lastly, Council officers have identified that the Child Safety and Wellbeing Policy is no longer required, as Council no longer provides family daycare services. In Queensland, under the Child Protection Act, there is a legal responsibility of mandatory reporting by everybody in the community and public service, and individuals must make a report if it is reasonably believed that a child has been harmed or exploited, or that a child is likely to be harmed or exploited. Additionally, Council employee position descriptions identify those roles that require a Working with Children card, and this will ensure that that requirement is met. So the officer's recommendation is that Council adopt the following policies: the Audit Committee Charter, Complaints Management, Contractor Code of Conduct, Park and Street Furniture Donation and Memorial Plaques, change to tributes, and the Road Network, and further that the Child Safety and Wellbeing Policy be rescinded.
Thank you. Councillor Chewy.
Thank you. Probably a question for the CEO, just regarding the street furniture donation. So we're still in, people can still have a tribute. Could you explain the process, though, that groups or individuals need to go through to facilitate? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair. So there's an application form that's available to the community. I guess the change in terminology in this policy is really around, rather than where you may have a grave and have a plaque on a grave which talks to the birth date and the date of death of an individual, changing this to a tribute is to make it, I guess, have a softer focus on some of those chairs. And I guess we have seen in the past where we've had a memorial on a chair and people have vandalised the chair or vandalised the memorial. Those spaces can become quite important to individuals, and I guess this policy allows people to put a tribute on a public space that's a shared space. So it just puts some guidelines around that. So absolutely opportunity through the policy to find an existing chair that may be, or table setting that may be of interest, to put a tribute on that, or there is the ability through the policy to put an application to see a new chair or a new table setting put into a location that maybe holds a special place for that individual, but they need to be obviously a location that's suitable for council to consider putting that sort of infrastructure in. Again, if the infrastructure at some point isn't working, the policy allows for council to remove that infrastructure and work with the relevant family or group that has got that tribute on that piece of furniture.
So rather than the memorial piece, we're more focusing on the tribute piece, so it's not about when somebody was born and died, it's more about the contribution they've made to the community, or the fact, but something about their story rather than it being,
through the chair, rather than John Smith, born, died, remembered by all. It might be John Smith's memory lives on this beach or something like that. Something a little bit
very
softer.
good. Councillor Baines.
just so I don't sound like I'm talking all the time, I will move this motion, but with a comment. Ms. Kerr, this isn't the bright, shiny stuff that goes on in council. It's not the sexy stuff that goes on in council, but it's essential to the works of council. And I thank you and your team for the works that you're doing, constantly reviewing the myriad of policies that we have in place, and then looking at which ones, one, need to be amended, or two, considered for rescinding, or three, just capturing they're not necessarily sometimes legislative changes, but a lot of it works around some of the other changes that sneak into the systems that we don't generally all have line of sight to. And just to reiterate, so it's not really a question, when we're saying we're rescinding the child safety and wellbeing policy, we're not saying that we don't care about the kids anymore, because you're right, the obligations are there under the Child Protection Act. We already have all the compliances in place with the working with children and the compliances on the cards, etc. So just to reiterate, that's a hard word to say on a Thursday. It's no longer needed in the space where we're not using the family daycares and that sort of idea. So we still desperately care about the safety of our children in this region.
Of course.
Councillor Littlemore.
Chair, I'd be happy to second that. I'm just wondering where the officer might want that. Sorry, Chair, I'm happy to second that. I just wonder whether the officer wants that recommendation changed from a memorial plaque to tribute plaque.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, that will be amended. Correct.
I thought that was just a typo, so I didn't move an amendment.
Yes.
But I'm happy to second that.
Thank you. Any other?
Through the chair, if we can, I guess just also to highlight the road network policy. I know that there's been some conversation in Division 2 about extensions of council's maintained road network, and also Division 3 about the reduction potentially of some of council's maintained road network. That policy really details the process and defines what that is. So those members of the community that are interested in council's consideration around a reduction or expansion of council's maintained road network, that's the policy that drives that. It does say that does require a council resolution, and typically there'd be some community consultation around those processes as well.
So we've moved and seconded, all in favour? And I also, the policy thing is a really big thing, and it's just a forever changing process, because as we evolve and as the community needs change, so do the policies. So good work, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now we move on to 6.4, presented by yourself.
Thank you, through the chair. Council adopted a new suite of local laws in 2022. Council has two abandoned local laws that remain in force, being the Commercial Use of Local Roads 2011 and the Model Local Law Number 2 Meetings 2008. These have come to Council's attention through communications with the Department of Local Government. In order for the repeal process to occur, Council must adopt a repealing local law and publish this in the Government Gazette, which would then affect the repealing of these abandoned local laws. It is recommended that Council adopt repealing local law number 1, Miscellaneous Local Laws 2024, attached. If there's any questions through the chair, thank you.
Anybody got any questions?
Happy to move, just with the comment to see who else would pick this up if it wasn't for our governance team.
Yeah, no.
No.
So moved by Councillor Baines, seconded by Councillor Jessup. All those in favour? Thank you.
Thank you.
We move on to 6.5, Christmas New Year shutdown. It's to be presented by Mr. Crosby. Oh, sorry. Mental blank.
That's right. Good morning, everyone.
How are you?
Very good, thank you. So the report before us this morning is a proposal for a shutdown of council operations officers over the Christmas and New Year period. So relevant background to that proposal, first of all, is that it is a practice that council has done for many years. It is a time when other suppliers to council for goods and services are also traditionally in shutdown mode over that Christmas New Year period. Of no surprise, it is a time when the majority of staff also do seek to take leave, and that is to be with family and friends and so forth, and also sometimes driven by that other facilities are closed, like schools, daycare centres, and then even reduction of staff in relation to care type facilities as well, requiring then staff to be with their families over that time. In the proposal of significance is that naturally the community would have expectations around making sure that council is in a position to respond to any situations like natural disasters or other emergencies, and skeleton crews will be maintained to respond to those emergencies, and we do have arrangements in place for responding to natural disasters where staff are already contacted in advance to make sure that they are committing to being in that response position should there be a natural disaster. So those arrangements are in place. In terms of the leave that staff would be required to take, so they will be required to take leave. We will be looking at moving around RDOs into that period to minimise the overall impact on leave, but that's keeping in mind also that overall leave balances within the organisation still remain relatively high. In relation to the transfer stations and landfills, they will not be open under this proposal on Christmas Day, when obviously the 25th of December. Having said that, JJ Richards vehicles will receive waste, and we'll take that to the Stodders Hill location, and until all waste is being tipped on that day. During the shutdown period, weekdays that are public holidays will revert to weekend operating hours for the relevant facility. So the recommendation then is that council authorise the closure of offices, libraries and depots, except for essential and emergency services. And that's from Monday the 23rd of December 2024 to Sunday the 5th of January 2025 inclusive, therefore reopening on Monday 6th of January 2025. That closures be advertised in the local media, council's web and Facebook pages, and notices placed on public notice boards in council offices and libraries.
Thank you. Any comments? Any comments? Somebody want to move the motion? Councillor Pervin, seconded by Councillor Littlemore. All those in favour? So I'd like to further reiterate that during the closure time there will be skeleton crews on call for emergency services such as water leaks and stuff like that, and I urge anybody who's got an issue to please phone the 1300 number, 1300 763 903, and somebody will assist you with your matter. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. CEO, could you just elaborate on what our teams in that period will respond to if they ring the after hours number? Because everybody has a different level of what they think is important. So, you know, yeah, just some clarification. Thank you.
Through the chair, it's probably hard to define that, but certainly if there's risk to property and life, absolutely that council would do that. But our typically, you know, water leaks, issues with our sewage system, risk to road if we've got, you know, large potholes, landslides, trees down on the road. Again, reiterate, a lot of the roads in our region aren't actually council roads as well. So if you do have trees down and issues, you know, the 1300 number will direct people to the right person as quickly as they can. As good as our councillors are at taking phone calls at all hours, that is a 24-hour phone line, and it has a cascading system that puts the caller and the operator in contact with the most responsible council officer. So yeah, if you've got water main burst, you identify an issue with sewerage, there's a risk on our road network, absolutely call Dangerous Dogs. We'll have staff there. And to reiterate, council's just going through the process now of reviewing all of our business continuity plans. Any emergencies that would come out, we have staff on standby, and we would very rapidly in that period bring staff back on, as we saw last year with Tropical Cyclone Jasper and the associated flooding.
Thank you.
Absolutely, and if there was a natural disaster to rear its ugly head, we would be prepared for that, touch wood, yes. And I'd just like to define again the emergency service. Council is not an emergency service. If your life is at risk, or you need to ring 000 and either get fire, police or ambulance. Council deals with council matters. They do not deal with personal emergencies. So a lot of people get confused about that. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We move on to 6.9. The intended meeting dates.
Oh, sorry.
No? Did I miss it?
6.7,
What
sorry.
did I? Look, I had it all there ready. Oh, look, I did. I looked down the bottom instead of up the top. Sorry, we got pre-cyclone cleanups. Sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms.
That's
Bull.
all right.
Morning, Ms.
I
Bull.
moved it up
Morning.
the page and then got
We almost
confused
bumped you.
myself.
I'm not offended, it's okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so this one, item 6.6, which is the FY 24-25 pre-cyclone season cleanup events. So similar to last year, we're looking to run these again. So this report considers council facilitating 2 pre-cyclone season cleanups within the Cassowary Coast region. These events would see council waive the that's the wrong financial year in there, 24-25 fees and charges for sorted domestic dry waste for loads smaller than 4 cubic metres. These events are being considered for Friday, or scheduled for Friday the 18th of October through to and including Monday the 21st of October, and a second event from Friday 6th of November through to Monday 9th of November inclusive. So this will enable residents to dispose of dry waste free of charge under that 4 cubic metre domestic load at the following transfer stations: Mission Beach, Stoddars Hill, Tully and Cardwell. So since the introduction of domestic waste fees and charges in July 2023, Council's actually seen a substantial uplift in separation of waste and diversion from items from landfill, which is great. So we want to encourage that, but also focus on domestic dry waste and the fact that we've seen a reduction in that overall, but we're looking to run these weekends as we come into pre-cyclone season to limit the number of possible projectiles in the environment as we come into cyclone season. So the recommendation is that Council approve the facilitation of 2 pre-cyclone season cleanups on the dates mentioned, approve the pre-cyclone cleanup events being facilitated on the dates detailed above at the following transfer stations: Mission Beach, Stoddars Hill, Tully and Cardwell, approve for residents presenting with separated dry waste the waiver for the following 24-25 fees and charges during the pre-cyclone season cleanups, which is equivalent to small dry waste of up to 0.5
Cubic metres.
Yes, up to 0.5 cubic metres for $10, 0.5 cubic metres to 2 cubic metres, $19, and large loads from 2 metres to 4 cubic metres at $24. Note the maximum domestic load sizing of 4 cubic metres that residents presenting with larger quantities will be charged at the applicable commercial rate, so this does only relate to domestic. Note that the implementation of domestic fees and charges previously has realised a 50% reduction in waste at transfer stations in the first year through separation and diversion of waste to landfill, and then request the CEO ensure sufficient staffing on the pre-cyclone cleanup weekends to ensure that waste separation and diversion is still maximised.
Anybody got any comments? Yes.
Just so that community understand, could you just elaborate, please, on what actually free of charge dry waste will be? Because people will rock up potentially with fridges and things like that.
Yeah.
And I just would like some clarification
Yeah.
to avoid our staff having issues at these sites. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Through the chair, it'll be your standard domestic dry waste as classified on our website, but in the lead up to these weekends, we're also going to assist by publishing a list and also some imaging on websites so that people understand that those items that usually attract a fee will still attract a fee. So for the likes of a mattress, for example, there is a fee associated with disposal. And so those types of items, yes. So those types of items will still attract a fee. So it's just your general dry waste.
Could we also explain why we use this system rather than the very old system of going around and collecting stuff off the curbside?
Sure. So through the chair, this is the most cost-effective way for community to be able to dispose of their waste. Having a curbside collection of large quantities of waste is actually really expensive, and this provides people with an opportunity to do it at designated weekends, and also the timing of that with the pre-cyclone season. But really it comes down to cost and providing best possible value to community.
Through the chair, the safety aspect as well these days, to look at the volumes that sometimes get put on a verge. You don't know whether there's batteries in there, whether there's flammable gas bottles. These days on our verges we've got water meters that sometimes get knocked. We've got large fleet and large plant moving and operating through small residential streets does pose a significant hazard.
Very good.
Sorry, and just could you provide an explanation? It's just the 4 main sites, obviously, and there's obviously a reason for that as well. And yeah, following on from that conversation, recently in Cairns, they showed photos of batteries causing a fire on their site. So, as the CEO pointed out, it can be dangerous. But yeah, just so it's just Mission Beach, Stodders Hill, Tully and Cardwell that this will be offered.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, as you just mentioned, batteries is a huge issue for us. We do have landfill fires where people have disposed of batteries that we're unaware of. So hosting these at appropriately staffed sites that have the facilities to really assist people with that diversion and actually separation of waste as well. So someone might present with an item that they think is dry waste, it might be a battery. We've got appropriately skilled staff on site to assist and check that with them and actually dispose of those appropriately. At those 4 sites, we have all of those streams set up separately so that we don't have those items inadvertently going into landfill. So it's around, I guess, resourcing as well. We do have 7 transfer stations in total operating, but there's a cost associated as well with relocation of the waste that's disposed of at those sites back into the main sites, but really about providing the best possible service to community by having appropriately skilled and trained staff on site to assist with that diversion and answer any questions that people might have about whether this qualifies as dry waste, and if not, help them with the recycling component.
Very good. So we encourage everybody on those particular dates, Friday the 18th of October through to Monday the 21st of October, and Friday the 6th of November through to Monday the 9th of November will be on our website, and you can also call if you have forgotten the dates. So do we have a mover? Councillor Jessup moved the motion, Councillor Littlemore second. All those in favour? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have disaster recovery funding arrangements, DRFA, and Mr. Chugg will present.
Good morning. Thank
Good morning.
you. Good morning. This was a further report related to disaster recovery funding. So following an earlier report in May 2024, which was advising of potential funding, this report provides an update to Council on access to disaster recovery funding arrangements, DRFA, Category D Local Recovery and Resilience Grant. This funding was developed to support eligible local government areas following Tropical Cyclone Jasper in December 2023. It was available to 9 affected councils and capped at $1 million per council. So this funding is for councils to address economic, social and community recovery needs and also support future resilience measures. So council submitted 2 applications totalling $1,024,220 and has now received approval for a total of $994,220 covering 9 projects. So the recommendation is that council, 1, note the approved status of the DRFA Local Recovery and Resilience Grant funding application with approved value of $994,220 across 9 projects. And 2, amend budget at Budget Review 1 in October 2024 to capture the increase in revenue and expenditure as a result of these disaster recovery funding arrangements. We'd also like to add a further recommendation. We'll hold off on that one. Okay, so just those 2 stated recommendations in the report.
Councillor Jessup.
Yes, I would like to amend the recommendation to add a point 3 on item 6.7 disaster recovery funding agreements with the DRFA. That due to the urgency, specialised nature of the work and the tenure of work areas, it would be impractical or disadvantageous and add additional costs to invite quotes as such council resolve in accordance with section 235B of the Local Government Regulation of 2012 that the Cassowary Coast River Improvement Trust is added to the sole specialised or confidential nature services supplier list of 2024. And we all remember the impact of Tropical Cyclone Jasper and the associated flooding in December 2023. No one remembers this more than those that were impacted by the event. This funding will facilitate the improved resilience to Silkwood and Marillion communities as we enter into the 24-25 cyclone season. The Cassowary Coast River Improvement Trust, through Division 2, Section 10.8 of the River Improvement Trust Act of 1940, have the powers to extend reasonably necessary to enter land and undertake these critical works. The River Improvement Trust have specialised engineers familiar with drainage systems across the work areas. Their engagement will ensure that works are undertaken in a timely manner and ensure that the works are effective.
Councillor McLeod.
I would like to second that if I can, please.
Sure.
And, you know, we've finally received this funding. I've been working for it since it was available. And I know the community would like to see this proceed as soon as possible. And every time we've got a downfall, everybody gets a little bit anxious. I've got people in my division that are still not in their homes and still nothing has happened. Their houses have been gutted and then still not living in their home. You know, and I think coming up to this wet season, I get it all the time in my area. What's happening? Are these places going to be clean? Like, what is going to? And I've just got to say, we are waiting for the funding.
Yep.
So finally, this has happened, and yeah, excellent to have this.
Okay, so
point.
we've had a mover and a
Thank you.
seconder. Is everybody in favour of the additional motion there? Yeah. Which will be
just
great.
as a question.
Yeah.
So we're just adding another dot point to the
motion.
original resolution.
Yes,
Is that what we're saying?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So we don't have to.
It's not
we
a
don't
new
have
one.
to turn
We're
down
not
the previous.
reinventing the wheel. No.
I think through the chair, it's not amending the original recommendation significantly. So it's just an amendment to that. It's not a motion being moved. just so we can capture that, so it was to add a point 3 that due to the urgency, specialised nature of the work and the tenure of the work areas, it would be impractical, disadvantageous and an additional cost to provide quotes. As such, Council resolved in accordance with section 235B of the Local Government Regulation 2012 that the Cassowary Coast River Improvement Trust is added to the sole specialised confidential nature service supplier list in 2024.
Yes, yes. And it's very important because, as you said, it takes a long time for these things to come into play. We've got the funding. We don't need to hold it off any longer. Let's see this work get done straight away.
Absolutely. This is not the opportunity for persistence and patience.
No.
Let's get it done.
No, it needs to be done before the next. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks. For a second.
Do we?
Anyone to talk against or against?
Councillor Burvin?
Just talk to it. Just in relation to the drainage that's going to be undertaken by this River Trust if it goes through today, what drainage in particular, and how do we will we get a report as council on which drains in particular will be cleaned out and managed?
Through the chair, with the funding will be provided to the Cassowary Coast River Improvement Trust following the resolution today, and I understand that the River Improvement Trust engineers have been working with community and with the drainage boards and relevant drainage boards to understand where those critical priority areas are. So we could certainly ask for the River Improvement Trust engineer to come and present. And I know through council resolution we have 2 councillors that sit on the board of the River Improvement Trust that are with us today as well that might be able to provide some additional commentary.
I think that'd be handy. Yes, for everyone to know what's what. That's right. Councillor Baines.
Thank you. So if I may provide some additional commentary.
Absolutely.
I do believe that the River Trust has now committed to see that minutes of our meetings come to councils as we go through. In those minutes at each meeting, we will get, council will receive an engineer's report about the work that has been done.
Yep.
We do reiterate that and bring that forward. So there is a River Trust meeting imminent, so having this sort of resolution on the table today will help us move forward in that process, and I can't see any reason why those reports wouldn't be brought up in our minutes that will come to council to be resolved, and we'll be able to go through them at that stage.
Yeah, good.
Through the chair, if I could just add to that, I mean the cleaning and maintenance of the drainage around Silkwood and Marillion is one project that's been improved in there for $150,000. The flash flood sensors is going to be a great initiative for our community these will be installed across the region in some of those critical areas and provide early notice, which I think we're all aware of some of the failings that some of the bomb notifications provided, particularly around that December event last year. So this will be, if people sign up an SMS that comes through as soon as we notice flash flooding commencing in those areas. Said the ability through this as well to do our flood modelling and renew that. I think our flood modelling is 10 years old now, and using again the empirical data that we've got from the recent event, which was unprecedented in the way that it wasn't riverine flooding, it was primarily flash flooding in those areas, will just help us better inform community as well. So a number of projects in there that will all provide a little bit more certainty to some of those community members that have felt vulnerable following that recent event.
Does that, how many sites is that again with those monitors?
Through the chair, 20 sites. So council have started trialling one of those sensors that was actually trialled and utilising the tidal movement in Bamboo Creek. We have had some issues with that sensor where someone thought it was probably more advantageous to steal that and to damage that sensor. So we are just working on the location of our future sensors, but certainly these sensors are critical for members of our community and would be, they're not a camera, they're a beam, they're not monitoring people, they are purely there to monitor flash flooding and encourage community members to respect that infrastructure when it is installed, because we said it's the difference between getting good information to our community when these events start. It can be the difference between closing doors, getting some valuables up above some of the flood levels that we did see in 2023.
Or some of it, would Gundi be included in some of those sensor areas?
Through the chair, I can get a list, but absolutely, we're focused on those key areas where we saw flooding. Gundi was certainly one of those, and again, it wasn't riverine flooding; it's flash flooding. So
Yes.
areas like that would certainly be included. But we can get a list up, and once that process starts with the rollout, we can certainly get that out to community.
And if need be, can they be moved if we need to move them to different sites, or we can attain more if we need more? Or?
Yeah, they're a sensor that talks through an IoT network, and they can be moved and recalibrated to any site.
And who's responsible for the monitoring?
Look, they're constantly through that IoT network. We'll be communicating with a portal, and the intent will be that we'll get alerts, and as we develop that portal, those alerts can automatically be pushed out through SMS to those community residents that have signed up for access to that portal.
Oh, that was my next question. Do they need to sign up? How do we encourage people to sign up?
We need to, like I said, there's some calibration and roll this program out, and then we will be looking at a number of different mechanisms. For some of those key areas, it may be easier. We found that Facebook isn't always the best way. Radio is not always the best way, and we're lacking a local a newspaper. But it may even be in some of those key areas. I think it would be of value to door knock and put a letter, particularly those properties that we have got mapped that were impacted in 2023.
Absolutely. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
We move on to 6.8. Oh. Does he have conflict of interest?
Not much benefit to it.
No.
Through the chair, this is a fairly simple report. Councillor Littlemore's requested a leave of absence for a period from Monday 29 September 2024 to Thursday 7th November 2024. I think we're all aware that following the local government election in March, Councillor Littlemore booked a holiday, paid for a holiday and locked that in, and with the resignation of Councillor Peter Reid and then the acceptance and declaration of Councillor Littlemore, that commitment to that holiday still stands. So seeking as a recommendation there that Councillor Littlemore's request for a leave of absence for the period Monday 9 September 24 to Thursday 7th November 2024 inclusive be approved.
Councillor McLeod?
I'll move it, but I also just want to note that we are all entitled to have holidays or time off without our phones on as well. I know everybody's got the perception that, councillors are 24/7, 365 days a week, but we are human and still deserve time with our families as well, and I will move that recommendation.
Very good. Your second. Councillor Purvin seconded it. All in favour? Carried. Have a great holiday. Okay. We move to 7, assets sustainability. Oh no, I've missed one again. Gee, I'm just jumping the gun. 9th of October. Local government meeting dates. That was the one I pulled up before, yes.
Through you, Chair, thank you. Under the local government regs, public notice of meetings, council is required to advertise details of its meeting dates and times. In October 2024, the meeting date is required to be rescheduled as we've got a number of councillors that are attending the LGAQ annual conference. As you'd be aware, council have resolved to advocate and move a number of motions at that conference. So councillors down there to advocate to other local governments to support our motions as we move forward. So that local government conference is the 21st of October through to the 23rd of October. So it's proposed that the local government meeting in October rescheduled to Thursday the 31st of October. So it's the fifth Thursday of that month, and would provide enough time for councillors to return and to be properly informed about the agenda for that meeting. Further, in this report, we're proposing meeting dates and times from January 25 to December 25 for local government meetings. So there is a recommendation there. I won't read out each meeting date, but that recommendation number 1 says reschedule the October local government meeting to Thursday, 31 October 2024, to be held at the Tully Council Chambers commencing at 9 a.m, and then adopts the following dates that are listed there from January 2025 through till December 2025, also to be held at the Tully Council Chambers, and notes in accordance with Local Government Regulation 2012, Section 255B, 1 to 4, that public notice of the meetings, the Chief Executive Officer will provide local public notice of the 2025 government meeting dates. I just wanted to highlight, I know there's a desire to take some of those meetings next year out to the public, and to have those in some of our community halls. Obviously, some of the challenges with that will be providing the live stream for that, but we'll work through some of those challenges and bring a report back to Council to identify some remote meeting dates in 2025.
Stole my thunder. You did. Very good. I will move the motion. And I'll second it by Councillor Jessup. All those in favour? Carried, thank you. I look forward to it. It'll be exciting, I think. There are means and ways. We don't have to have it all on live stream. Other people don't live stream all of their meetings, so but we could have it pre-recorded, couldn't we? Sure. We're just going to take 5, please. welcome back. We are at 7.2, asset sustainability. Oh no, I've jumped one again. Oh my goodness me. Jumping the gun. Must be that fishing out there waiting for me. 7.1, urban water security assessment. This report will be presented by Mr. Muzamichi.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good, thanks. This is item 7.1, urban water security assessments. So in late 2021, Council engaged the Department of Regional Development and Manufacturing and Water to undertake urban water security assessments for each of the 4 water schemes. These assessments considered how secure each of the water schemes' water supplies were. It included how well the supplies achieved the current needs and how well it could support future growth in the population and the economy. These urban water security assessments underpin the development of a long-term water security strategy for the whole of Council's water supply area. They're a key component of our commitment to delivering the 2024 and 25 Operational Plan Initiative 41. Development of a water security strategy to understand future requirements for new supplies, expansion of existing supplies, and changing demand profiles to be considered in the context of a changing climate. Each of these assessments will be made available to the community via Council's webpage. The recommendation is that Council accept the urban water security assessments received from the Department of Regional Development, Manufacturing and Water for Innisfail, Tully, Mission Beach and Cardwell water schemes, and thank the Department of Regional Development, Manufacturing and Water for their involvement in the completion of these assessments.
Very good.
Questions?
Any comments? Councillor Chewy?
Thank you. And I think it was something that we talked about the other day, that I think we are lucky and grateful to live, where we turn on the tap and have the best drinking water, I believe, in the country. So thank you to our team for that. And I'd just like to reiterate that there is a lot of work that goes on to make that the best drinking water in the country. So I'd just like to thank our team and remind our community that how lucky we are to live where we live and drink the water that we are able to drink. Thank you.
Yes, and it doesn't just fall out of the sky and magically come out of the tap. There's a lot of processes it goes through to actually fall out of the sky and get to the tap, which costs a lot of money to maintain. And yeah, so this is part of managing that. So wonderful job done. You moved? Yes.
Through you, Chair, can I just, it'd be worth just acknowledging, he's no longer with us, but Mr. Manu Gravatt, who initiated this process, and this would have cost Council a considerable amount of money to undertake this process ourselves, and he's initiated this and had the support of the department to deliver this, and I think too to our entire water team, the recent announcement about the WISER funding as well, to have $9 million of state and federal funding to accelerate renewal of some of our water mains and play an important part in our water security is really commendable. So I just wanted to highlight the work of our water team.
Very good. Well done. All in favour? Carried. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Now we can move to 7.2. Now we'll go to 7.2, the Showgrounds Master Plan. Mr. Valente will present.
Good morning, councillors.
Good morning.
This has been on the agenda for a little while, and a few resolutions in the past dealing with this. So I'll just go through a bit of that history. On 22 July 2021, Council resolved to dispose of the JP or Tipburn building known as the Igloo as part of its asset rationalisation project Following that resolution, community groups petitioned Council to reconsider that disposal. This resulted in Council passing a further resolution on 24 February 2022 to retain the igloo whilst a master plan is developed for the Tully Showgrounds. It was anticipated that the master plan process would determine if the igloo, as well as other buildings such as Mullins Hall and the Jam Club, should be disposed of as Council had previously resolved. Council officers then engaged with all relevant clubs and community groups to develop the master plan for the Tully Showground facilities and determine whether those facilities should be rationalised by means of disposal or retained with the transfer of the ownership of the building to the user. This report attaches the master plan, and officers are seeking Council's adoption of that plan. I'll quickly run through the plan that we are proposing. Buildings 1 and 19, that's the igloo and the adjoining toilet block, proposing that an agreement be granted to Tully Gym and Tram Club with transfer of the ownership of the building to that club. I'll elaborate on that shortly at the end of the master plan. Building 2 is the Mullins Hall. It was the intended occupant of the building vacated in late June, so it wasn't really incorporated in the master plan, so we will embark on an EOI for the Mullins Hall to determine its demand and its use. There are a number of clubs who have expressed interest, so we'll open that up to an EOI. Buildings 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 13, 14, 15 and 18. These are the traditional show society buildings. They will have an agreement with the Tully and District Show Society and transfer ownership of those buildings to the society. The buildings include Pavilion 2, but those buildings do not include the grandstand or Pavilion 1, which I'll get to. Building 6 and 20, that's the Jam Club building and the adjoining small toilet. There's proposed to be an agreement with the Tully Jam Club with transfer of ownership of those buildings to the club. Council had previously resolved to relocate the Jam Club and dispose or demolish of that building as it was in poor condition. Council officers, however, worked with the club and were unable to find a suitable alternative building for the Jam Club. When we engaged the Jam Club as part of the master plan, they were prepared to take over ownership of the building and were confident that with an agreement in place, they would be able to secure grants to upgrade the building. So they're quite happy to take over the building as is and also take over maintenance of the adjoining toilet block. Building 7, Pavilion 1, or the Stan Mackay Pavilion, this, if Council adopts our recommendation, this building will be freed up with the Tram Club relocating to the Igloo. We propose that the pavilion be retained by Council and used or developed into a shared multi-purpose facility for use by sporting clubs and community groups such as Tully Boxing, the Pickleball Club, possibly the Gumboot Theatre and other groups. So that'll be retained in the short term and developed. Building 10 is the grandstand. It'll be retained by Council. We will propose putting in shared agreements with Tully Tigers, Tully Touch and the Show Society who use the grandstand and the fields, and we'll continue to work with those groups towards the transfer of ownership and management of the grandstand and the fields to those groups in approximately 3 years' time when government funding agreements have expired, and we've progressed those negotiations towards that end, and that's what we'll be working towards. Building 11 is a Rotary food building. It will remain in use by Rotary Tully with a transfer of ownership to that group. Building 12 is the Lions food building. Similarly, it will be transferred to Lions under a use agreement. Building 16 is a Tully Tennis and Social Club. It has already been transferred to that club and they've signed an agreement in May 2024, which you may recall from Council's resolution on 24 April 2024. Building 17 is the outdoor pickleball courts. We'll determine the use after further discussions with pickleball, and if it can't be utilised by pickleball, then possibly Tully Tennis Club or other sporting clubs such as netball, basketball. Although if there is no community demand whatsoever for those courts, then we recommend they be removed in the future. Okay, so turning to the Igloo. As you're aware, during the engagement with clubs, both Tully Mission Beach Pickleball Club and Tully Gym and Tram Club expressed interest in occupying the Igloo. Neither club, however, was prepared to share use of the Igloo with each other. So both clubs were therefore invited to lodge expressions of interest to demonstrate why they should be granted an agreement for the Igloo. The clubs also were invited and made presentations to councillors on 9th of July of this year. Both the presentations and the EOIs from both clubs were very well prepared and were very comprehensive. The data and the responses from both clubs was then collated and assessed by 3 senior council officers and assessed in accordance with council's adopted community use of assets policy and the guidelines surrounding that policy. The 4 areas we looked at in that assessment were governance, and we assess all clubs along these guidelines. The first one, governance. Both clubs scored equally. They demonstrated they were incorporated, they had proper rules, insurances, and they had active management committees. Community and economic benefit. Both clubs demonstrated significant community benefit, although the gym club has approximately 3 times the membership of the pickleball club, plus a further wait list of some 50 members as well, which they can't cater for. The gym club also provide direct economic benefit to the community by employing a number of coaches, and that's borne out in their financial statements. I think it was $70,000 a year they spend on direct wages and employment. Sustainability. The pickleball club has seen a considerable growth in its membership and its financial position, which is commendable. The club indicated they were prepared and may have to increase fees if required to meet the operating costs of the Igloo. The gym club's been in existence for decades and has accumulated significant cash reserves, which is of course an advantage as the Igloo is a large and old building and will require ongoing repairs and maintenance, and grant funding will not always be available when those repairs are required. So we considered the gym club was certainly a more sustainable club. Finally, utilisation. Again, due to its far greater membership and training sessions and use, the gym club demonstrated greater utilisation of the Igloo. So although the scoring was quite close, it was determined under our scoring program and guidelines that the gym club should be awarded an agreement for the Igloo. That assessment took in a lot of other important factors, for example, the difficulty and disruption of the gym club and what they have to endure to bump out of Pavilion 1 every year for the Tully show. It also took account very seriously and closely the representations by the pickleball club that if they were not granted an agreement for the Igloo, then the club would cease to use the outdoor courts and would fold. We took that representation very seriously, and we formed the view that members of the pickleball club would still remain active by either visiting other pickleball facilities in Kabul and Innisfail, and I think possibly Mission Beach, well, I'm not sure, or by continuing to play tennis. Most members, I believe, are members of tennis clubs. Notwithstanding that, we recognise and we're very cognizant of the fact that pickleball is growing significantly in our region and across Australia, and there are considerable health and social benefits that members derive from playing pickleball. With that in mind, we have begun investigating in detail how to improve the outdoor courts and make them more usable, and we're also investigating and identifying indoor facilities for use by the club during hot or wet days, which are quite frequent in Tully. Some of the things we are currently undertaking, for example, we've investigated the use of the NPC at the high school. We've obtained their calendar book from the school to see its availability, which it is available. It's primarily used by netball, but beyond that, it's used sporadically. We've also investigated the use of Pavilion 1. We've mapped courts on the pavilion which will meet with national pickleball standards to see if it fits, and it will fit a number of courts. We are currently obtaining quotes to resurface the concrete floor at Pavilion 1 with a rebound indoor court surface. We're just starting to get quotes in on that. I'd also add that one of the primary reasons when we look at the surface is why Pickleball prefer the Igloo over Pavilion 1 in their EOI was because the Igloo has a sprung timber floor which is more accommodating to the knees and joints of players. We've looked into that. The Igloo flooring is in fact not a sprung floor, it is a hardwood floor. Furthermore, if an appropriate surface was put onto Pavilion 1, and we have a number of options for that, then those surfaces we believe would provide better, or at least the same, if not better, flexibility for options and for playing pickleball and other events. So it's a proper indoor sporting surface we're looking at, which will provide at least the same give and suspension that the timber floor in the Igloo would do. One of the reasons Pickleball thought that was not feasible because it would be ruined if Pavilion 1 was used for other events like the Tully Show. We have, however, got protective matting already, which would cover that for any event, so that was not a concern. We've also recently committed $100,000 to better insulate Pavilion 1. Insulation works to the roof have now been completed and work is about to commence on the western wall, which will make Pavilion 1 certainly more usable. Also, the use of Pavilion 1 would be far less costly to users like Pickleball as opposed to the Igloo and all the costs which go with operating the Igloo. So in that sense, Pickleball would not have to increase fees as they indicated they may well have to do if they took on the Igloo. So we believe that would be a better outcome financially for that club as well. If Council adopts the master plan recommendations, then Council officers will immediately engage with Pickleball and investigate in advance all of those options and try to identify what best suits them. The last thing we want to see is that club fold. Okay, so there are a number of options we will be investigating and engaging with Pickleball over that. I'll touch briefly on the financial implications of the master plan, which are in the report. There are significant savings to Council in particularly depreciation of approximately $132,953. That's per annum, so it's a considerable saving to Council. That assumes all clubs will sign up these agreements and take ownership of their buildings, which we believe they will. We did suggest to clubs when we engage with them, and Council has been supportive of this, is out of some of those savings, the savings we can generate in this current financial year to 30 June 2025, we intend to set up a reserve and put some of those savings back into upgrading parts of the precinct. In the report, I've given an estimate of what that reserve may look like. Assuming all clubs sign their agreements shortly, by November, December, we should achieve at least 6 months in depreciation savings, which is approximately $66,000. So we intend to inject those funds into upgrading parts of facilities in the Tully Showgrounds, and that's one of the recommendations to Council. So the recommendations we're seeking are: 1, that Council adopt the master plan, which I've just outlined; 2, that we apply the exception contained in section 2361B2 of the local government regulation to transfer Council's interest in the improvements under each of those facility use agreements where the corresponding user has agreed to take ownership of those improvements. 4, we authorise the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate the final terms and conditions of each of the facility use agreements with each of those users and to execute those facility use agreements on behalf of Council. 5, authorise the CEO to ensure ongoing compliance with all terms and conditions of those agreements. 6, request the Chief Executive Officer to make amendments to the budget at Budget Review 1 to recognise the forecast depreciation savings up to 30 June 2025 and create a reserve equivalent to the total depreciation savings realised up to 30 June 2025 from entering into the facility use agreements referred to in the master plan, and to apply that reserve towards priority capital improvements and operational expenditure of those facilities as the Chief Executive Officer considers appropriate, following consultation with each of the users and councillors. the capital and operational expenditure from the reserve will occur possibly in this financial year or the next financial year. 7, and this is to take account of previous resolutions which are inconsistent with what we're recommending, that subject to the users entering into those facility use agreements to take ownership of their assets, that council rescind prior inconsistent resolutions, in particular resolution LG 0904 on 24 January 2024, in which it was recommended to dispose of the Tully Gem Club building by public tender or demolish if not sold, to rescind resolution dated 21 January 2021, which recommended that the Mullins Hall be demolished when high risk and sell any items of value use salvage via public auction. That is rescinded. Thirdly, resolution 22 July 2021 to support the asset disposal via this is in relation, to the igloo, to support the asset disposal via tender or auction of the tip burn building and toilet if Tully Pickleball are unable to demonstrate their ongoing commitment to future use of the facility. Resolution 8 is to thank the Tully Mission Beach Pickleball Club for their compelling expression of interest, acknowledge the growth of pickleball in our region and request the Chief Executive Officer support the Tully Mission Beach Pickleball Club to identify a suitable facility. That's the end of the report.
Thank you. So, further to Councillor Jessup.
Yes, through the chair. Mr. Valente, are you aware or have the Gym and Tramp Club ever been offered the igloo through the council, or were they ever approached the council to look at the igloo?
To my knowledge, it's never been offered to the igloo. No agreement has been presented to the Tully Gym and Tramp Club. They have expressed interest about occupying it on a number of occasions, yes. But with those previous resolutions in place, we have not agreed to that until now.
Thank you. Also, I know that the pickleball members were very vocal in preserving the igloo, as for quite a lot of citizens as well. But was the Gym and Tramp Club vocal in that area as well?
Yes and no. Yes, from the sense they always expressed interest in the pickleball being retained, the igloo being retained and used by that club. In terms of the presentations to council, the lobbying to council, that was done through a group called the Tully Igloo Preservation Group. Mm-hmm. They lobbied to preserve the igloo. The work of that group led to the council resolution to develop the master plan to see if the igloo could be retained. Certainly pickleball were an active member of that group, as were other groups, such as the Gumboot Theatre, Tully Support Centre, Tully Chamber of Commerce and other groups. So pickleball were active in that preservation group, as were others. The preservation group's proposal was for the igloo to become a multi-use facility shared by the pickleball club and other community groups. It's worth noting that very recently, two of the primary advocates from that preservation group acknowledged that Pavilion 1 is probably now better suited for that, which is worth noting. And we totally agree with that, and that's our recommendation.
Just through the chair, it's probably worth noting the officer's recommendation when that report in the council back in 2022 was still to see the facility disposed of. There was a motion that was put forward by Councillor Millwood that amended that. So the officer's recommendation back there, based on the information that we had been provided by that group and those users, was that it wasn't viable. So it is great to see in such a short period of time the development of what's now two very successful clubs that do identify that there is some benefit in using that facility.
Yeah, I would hate to see pickleball fold with any decision today. So I'm happy that the CCRC are making some recommendations towards allocating an alternative for them. So, yeah, good work. Thank you.
Councillor Chewy.
Thank you. Thank you to your team on this report because it's been a challenging one. I'd just like to acknowledge that we do have members of the Pickleball Club in the room with us this morning, and we thank them for attending, and we value their presence and we value their input into our community in general. I'm just hoping that they will embrace, should this recommendation go ahead, that we will be able to find something for them. Can I just ask, if we're looking to resurface, is that at the cost of council, or do the club need to find funds for that? Thank you.
There are a number of funding options. One is, of course, the reserve, which is part of that reserve, which we hope will be in the order of $60,000 to $70,000. There are grants available. We would ask all potential users possibly to contribute if they could. So we'll be looking at that.
And further to that, Mr. Valente, that resurfacing, is that in line with what is used at other venues that use pickleball?
We've just received one initial quote now. We're still researching that. It is I understand, a indoor sport surface used by basketball, volleyball, pickleball. I'm sure would meet their standards. But again, we've just commenced that, and we will engage with pickleball and make sure that that surface would suit pickleball. But I believe it would.
I believe, Councillor Pervin, they play pickleball in Innisfail. And I do believe they also play pickleball at Cardwell, is that correct?
Correct.
And what are they using there? Okay.
Through the chair, old tennis courts.
Tennis courts. Okay. Is there any further discussion? Any more questions? No further questions. I have one, just a scenario. So if by chance that things didn't quite work out for the gym club who is looking at the recommendation, the recommended people, what would then happen?
To the igloo?
Yeah.
I guess we would perhaps do another expression of interest to see if there was any interest in it, and again, if not, we'd seek another resolution to dispose of it.
Because I do remember we did seek to see if we could share this facility, but it was by the two people that put in the expressions, and to my knowledge there was no sharing capacity, so that's why it came down to the expression of interest. Is that right?
Correct, that's right.
Should this recommendation get across, what authority do the gym club have to do any structural changes to the iconic igloo? Can they? Should they? Ought they? How do they go about that?
Our agreement has a standard clause that any improvements require our consent.
Okay, very good. So they would have to come to us if, yeah. Okay, very good. So no further comments?
I think through the chair, the only other piece, if they were to seek to assign the agreement to someone else, that would also seek council's consent. So it's right.
Okay. Yes.
Sorry, again, just the Mullins now as well. So I have had conversations with people up the street who are moving forward. So that will go out after this meeting?
That's right.
To an expression of interest, yeah.
We've prepared the draft already for that, yes.
Councillor McLeod?
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. This is another one of our asset optimisation projects. It's great to see this master plan come through and to get these assets off council's register. Council pays a lot of money, or ratepayers pay a lot of money in depreciation every year, so this is a great outcome for everybody. And there is an infrastructure grant round open at the moment. I'm pretty sure it closes very soon. So anybody who holds leases or user agreements, they are eligible to apply for up to $30,000. So that is on the council website also. So this is a great outcome for the whole community.
Through the chair, you're right, and I should have added that in addition to that reserve fund we wish to set up, that infrastructure grant is still available for those clubs, regardless of whether they've got a benefit from that reserve fund or not. Yep.
Okay, so we go back to the recommendation. Do we have a mover? Moved by Councillor McLeod. Seconded by Councillor Littlemore. All in favour of the decision? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
We move on to 8 major projects. 8.1, Innisfail CBD revitalisation, and I invite Mr. Chugg to report.
Okay, this report seeks Council's consideration to endorse the Innisfail CBD Northern Gate.
Woo. Just woo. Would you like to just be a part of that, please? Could we just adjourn for a minute, please? Thank you. Welcome back to the meeting. We will now move on to major projects, 8.1, and Mr. Chugg will present.
Thank you. This report seeks Council's consideration to endorse the Innisfail CBD Northern Gateway 30% design package to progress to community consultation. So in 2022 and 2023, Council progressed the Innisfail CBD Master Plan. It was to provide a long-term and detailed implementation roadmap for revitalisation projects to foster community engagement, enhance local identity and entice individuals to live, work and visit Innisfail. The master plan aimed to inspire private sector investment and grant funding from external government sources and was the result of the collaboration and consultation with the community and key stakeholders to ensure the revitalisation projects resonate with their needs and aspirations. The master plan identified 10 significant project opportunities, each designed to leverage the town's intrinsic strengths and respond to evolving needs. The projects range from enhancing arrival points and streetscapes to creating cultural hubs and recreational spaces. The master plan was endorsed by Council in August 2023. The significant cost to achieve the goals of the master plan required a project staging plan to be implemented over an extended period. That staging delivery plan for 2023 through to 2057 provides a roadmap for delivering the master plan projects. It includes planning, approvals, short, medium and long-term opportunities, and that staging plan was endorsed by Council in October 2023. The endorsed staging plan identified the priority Stage 1 project as the Innisfail CBD Northern Gateway, and this was to address the existing absence of a distinct and welcoming gateway to the Innisfail CBD from the north. And the recommendation in this report today is that Council endorse the Priority 1 project, Innisfail CBD Northern Gateway 30% design package, to be presented to the community for consultation.
So my question to you, Mr. Chugg, is, so we're actually just endorsing that Priority 1 gets taken back to the community for further consultation. There's actually no funding available to proceed with this at the present time, is that correct?
That's correct. So we want to progress the community consultation, following that further progress the design, have a shelf-ready project here that we can actually be seeking grants, seeking that funding, finalising the budgets for actually implementing that project.
And should the community not want to proceed with this, what would then be the what would then happen?
Through the chair, that is still a future decision point we reach around progressing this project. As described, it's where we have reached in terms of the previous consultation. The master plan, the staging plan presented this and confirmed this as a real priority project. However, this report and this resolution today doesn't commit funds, doesn't commit the project to be implemented.
It's more about the design factor, really, about what it should look like.
Yeah,
is that right?
Through the chair, that's correct. Yeah.
I think through the chair, just to clarify, so we have got a council resolution on the priority project. So we're not going out to community asking them what they think of this project proceeding, because it isn't funded yet. It's more, and officers have been backwards and forwards with the design consultants previously saying, look, we don't think this reflects what our community told us through the engagement that we did. And those that remember, the engagement was considerable. You know, there was one-on-ones. We were down at Feast of the Senses. We put together a stakeholder reference group. The community have said they really wanted to tie particularly that Art Deco feel into this. So it's really a point just to go back to the community and, you know, does this demonstrate and resonate with you?
Yeah.
Like was pointed out, it's really about having progressing a number of these projects. So where funding is available, we do have projects that are shovel ready to potentially progress.
Sure, Councillor Jessup.
Yeah. Sorry, I'll try and project my voice. Through the chair, I just wonder, given the state of affairs nowadays, where people are hurting money-wise and are looking for better options and interest rates and so on and so forth, they're really hurting. Is this still a priority? Should we be asking if these sort of things are still a priority?
Through the chair, that's not the intent of the the report today, I guess with some of these projects, and we look at the Marina Lakes Master Plan, the pump tracks, and the recent nature play that's gone in there, we've seen really positive feedback even from Cairns. And the intent of this Innisfail CBD Northern Gateway project is to revitalise across the whole master plan, across a number of years, the CBD. We've got a number of vacant properties. We've got people that have invested heavily in the Innisfail CBD that are struggling to attract and retain. So these projects and the bulk of these projects involve a component of renewal. So you've only got to walk the streets of the Innisfail CBD, and we've got footpaths in disrepair. We've got road pavements that need to be reconstructed or resealed. So that this isn't just about money. It's typically these projects are grant funding that isn't available for other projects. So our grant funding often isn't available to do a reseal on a road. But grant funding is typically available when there's a bigger benefit for the broader community. So with any of these projects, we typically have to put together a business case that demonstrates the return on that federal or state investment to the community, and how that money would be spent in way of job creation as well. So it's a complex package, but these projects aren't progressed in lieu of our renewal. We always renew and look after our assets before we're doing that, although these projects do contain a component of renewal because you're effectively renewing footpaths, and this will have a footpath renewal. Some of the shade structures that are there will be renewed. This project as well would also look at some of that SEPTED, so the crime prevention through the design of this project. So really about, and we have seen some really unfortunate incidents happen around the toilet and around this park. So lighting, opening up that space with some better passive surveillance is another key priority to deliver in this project. But today we're purely seeking council's endorsement to take the 30% design out before progressing that.
Councillor McLeod.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. I know Councillor Jessup has raised the priority projects, but this has gone to a stakeholder reference group. Many times we met, I've been to every single one of those meetings, plus also it went out to the wider community to come. There were so many meetings of that as well for the wider community. It was open to everybody to come. This was the main one. We do have a few projects in there that can't actually progress because we need the revetment wall to be fixed first, or else nothing will stay. And this is just going out for community consultation for their opinion on the design.
Yeah.
There is no funding, but if we've got shovel-ready projects, then we're more likely to get the funding if they're actually shovel-ready and we're not waiting. The CBD master plan has been done, and we're not just going to sit on our hands and do nothing for the next 10 to 15 years. We're going to start progressing some of those. So I will move.
Councillor Chewy.
Happy to second. Sorry.
Thank you through the chair, and I support Councillor McLeod's statements because the Mission Beach Master Plan, as I know, has been talked about for a very long time, and we are just starting now. So yes, my question would be whether it's Mr. Chugg or the CEO. Community consultation are two words that are tossed around quite a lot within council, but people still feel sometimes they don't receive consultation or have the opportunity to talk to things. How are we reaching out to community to get their opinions on this project? Thank you.
Look, through the chair, I'm happy to take that one. Look, we'll be using some of the mechanisms we've had success with previously. Our Your Say page is a great landing page and provides an opportunity to present the information to the community. Further to that, I think it's quite a unique spot, and there is a lot of history in that park and in that area. Obviously, King George Gate, the Anzac Park. We have a number of memorials that are also located in that space. So I think certainly council, we could commit that going down to the markets down there and having a stall and doing some interaction that way with people that frequent that park would probably broaden our consultation. But consultation itself, we use a IAP2 process of consultation, and it varies, and there's from consulting to empowering. We don't often with these projects empower because you're trying to to get the opinion of a broad demographic and empowerings where they're telling us exactly what is happening. We're providing a 30% design and consulting on that rather than, again, starting from scratch. That 30% design, as we said, has been driven by the previous consultation that was undertaken that was probably more broad. This is a more defined series of questions around the 30%.
Sorry, if I may, following on from that. So in my head, as I just thought of it, it's really something that the whole of the Cassowary Coast need to become involved in. Because if you live in Tully, you drive to Cairns, you come home, you're going to drive through that way. So potentially everybody is going to could share their opinions on what they would like to see.
Through the chair, there's 12,000 traffic movements a day on the highway in that location. We know 900 of those are B doubles and larger vehicles that probably pass straight through, and about 6,000 of those traffic movements go and frequent the Innisfail CBD. This project, as well as the Southern Gateway, is really about how do we encourage and increase, if we can increase that 6,000 to even 7,000, to have an additional 1,000 vehicles a day coming through the CBD. Is going to have a benefit for some of the community members there. But let's face it, if you live in Mission Beach and you want to get, there's certain retail shops that are no longer available, and we're seeing our residents drive to Cairns to take advantage of that. So absolutely, to have a central point and have these opportunities in the CBD within our region is certainly one of the drivers for this project, the broader project.
So I do respect the recommendation in that this is to present the design, but again I feel that there could be, with the listing of the 10 priorities, that some might see further value to improving footpaths and landscaping in lieu of this being the first. But anyway, as this is only for the design, I'm happy for that to be for the design, and I'll be interested to see what comes out of the consultation. So, Councillor McLeod, you've moved it, seconded by Councillor Baines.
Through the chair, just to say to Councillor McLeod's point too, you might find that we don't get funding for this particular project, and it does sit there ready to go, and we might find that the development approvals and the environmental approvals progress faster than we anticipate. And the broader project, we all know that the priority project is the foreshore. It's just constrained by needing to undertake the revetment and protect that infrastructure before you put that new infrastructure in. So it's not to say we agree that was the feedback we got. It's purely those constraints that have said, well, these don't have similar constraints. This can be, it's on council controlled and main road controlled land. It's something we could progress quickly.
And just, sorry, through the chair, just further on from that, the reference group, they understand that revetment wall needs to be done first and is quite expensive. We don't have the money for it yet. We've got a lot of EPA, a lot of approvals we've got to get first before we can do that. So, like I said, Rome was never built in a day, but if we've got a shovel-ready project ready before that revetment wall can be done and delivered, then it's a shovel-ready project ready to get some of the CBD master plan actually delivered.
So there'd be nothing to say that the footpath and cycleway doesn't get funding before all the others either, because we often get complaints about the footpaths and those unsightly pavers that are starting to be at end of life. So anyway, through
the chair, I think you're absolutely correct that different funding streams and programs come out with different focuses, and if it is about activation, then it may be that really where that funding is, and we don't need as much detailed design around the installation of a footpath. And it's one of the benefits of, I know we copped a little bit of criticism about putting together a master plan and the value of this master plan, but you now have a detailed plan that you've consulted with the community, and you can now make decisions based on that and considering the entire CBD rather than discrete projects that maybe don't consider traffic movements, pedestrian movements throughout the CBD.
Yes.
And so further to that, the consultation, there was quite a good quite a large amount of people. Even, I know we had our stakeholder reference group, which was, I think it was about 10 or 12, but the community, the one that was open to the community, there was about 30 to 40 people. So that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, so that for a council 30 to 40 people, thing, that was a large amount of people to turn up and actually participate, and it was hands-on, and they appreciated it. So the consultation was very well attended.
Supported. So, and we do encourage that if there are people out there with any further ideas and stuff to still come forward and you know, come and have the conversation, because not everything's set in stone. So anyway, we had a mover and a seconder. All in favour? Yep. Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chuck.
Thank you.
Trudy's favourite. We will now move on. Oh, look, I've left the meeting. Move on to general business. Councillor Chewy.
No surprises. I just have a question for the CEO and then for Mr. McNamara, and then some other stuff. So, Mr. CEO, over the weekend, it was a busy weekend, Mission Beach, good weather, a lot of people around. It was reported to me that an overflowing bin was in the middle of the village green, unsightly, ugly, potential hazard for missiles, etc. I reported it to the after hours number and it wasn't dealt with, and it got dealt with the next day. I'm just wondering if you could elaborate on why it wasn't considered important when it's in the heart of our town on the busiest weekend.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. I don't think it was not considered important. Obviously, there's a breakdown in the process that's occurred there. I do note that there was a significant amount of alcohol bottles, and some of the waste that was there seemed unusual to be in that location, and that sometimes can mean that the data that we've got that triggers the frequency of our servicing doesn't always meet our expectations. But yeah, apologies to those community members that saw that. We are blessed to have 12 months worth of data now with our waste bins, and I can confirm that the current contract we have with JJ Richards, they will be undertaking moving forward the servicing of those bins during the weekdays. But the team have identified, I think it's 24 bins across the Innisfail CBD and the Tully CBD and Mission Beach CBD, which will be serviced by our waste transfer station attendants. So what you'll see this weekend is waste transfer station attendants departing from the Mission Beach transfer station and servicing the Village Green on Saturday and Sunday. The charge out rate we have with JJ's for a weekend attendance is obviously to mobilise a truck to pick up one waste bin. That charge is excessive. So we believe that we can deliver that service, and that will look like sort of hot bins. Will take a bin, they'll be taken out on a trailer, we'll take the full bin back, that'll go back to our transfer station, they'll be picked up during the week. It's the unfortunate thing, there's a lot of recyclables and dry waste that are in those bins, but the fact that they're mixed with putrescible waste, all that waste becomes wet waste as well. So it is, I would implore people, if they are using those bins, if you've got the glass bottles we saw on the weekend down there, they can be recycled, they can be reused. You can even get 10 cents for some of the material that we saw there on the weekend to do that. Otherwise, those materials now are going up to Mareeba and getting put into a landfill.
Can I just add that those recyclables were put into the Lions recycling bin, so they did not end up in landfill or through
Chair,
waste.
we're very lucky to have a dedicated Division 3 councillor down there that is passionate about waste diversion.
Thank you. And also, I'm hoping the bins at the Stinger Net might also be included in that pickup, because they too, and I know, like people, we say take our rubbish home, take it back. Sometimes it's difficult for people. Obviously, there was some sort of festivities on the beach. The people didn't leave it on the beach, which used to happen. They brought it up, so I'm grateful for that. Yes, and I thank you for your reply. It was a little frustrating.
Through the chair again, apologies. There's 12 bins that will be targeted on the Innisfail waterfront, Fitzgerald Esplanade, Jack Fossey Park, Anzac Memorial Park. There's one additional bin that's highlighted in the Innisfail area, and these are based on the fact that we have these sensors here, so we know the bins that were at capacity last weekend. There's one on Henderson Drive that will be dealt with on the weekend as well. 2 out at Clump Point. Obviously, good weather, we do see
absolutely
those get used. One bin cabinet Mission Beach South, as well as 3 in the Village Green, the one up towards just past where the Mission Beach markets are held, and then the 2 down Seaview Street, as well as there's a number, the 2 at the Tully Gumboot, and review the CBD as we need to. We haven't had issues similar to that, but like we said, down there in the Village Green, there are some unapproved events which do occur, which can exacerbate those
And
issues.
also, I mean, Councillor Littlemore said, we're not actually having, well, if we've got more people coming to the area, then we have more rubbish. If you're walking along the street having an ice cream or a cup of chips or something, they're not going to take an empty chip cup home. So, if you escalate that by the number of people, then we do have more rubbish. But I appreciate your reply. I have more, but you go.
I just want to touch on that through the chair, if I don't mind. This doesn't give our residents open slather to go and dump their household wastes into these bins if they're being collected on the weekends. You've got 2 bins at home that you pay for already in your rates. Use them and let our community, our visitors, if you're going out into those spaces, to use them appropriately, not taking your household rubbish to dump them, to fill them up, and then we have this issue.
That's right, because they're community bins for the people that are in the communities, shopping or spending money in the communities. And as you've just mentioned, we facilitate bins at people's houses so that they can use them, not go and dump it in an open place bin. Yes, and I will add something to that as well. So you've just addressed how we're going to do this going forward. How are we processing the monitors and the censoring? Like how does that get processed?
So through the chair, we've got monitors and sensors now in each of the bin housings or bins. We've got 12 months worth of data now. So the intent is to go back with that 12 months worth of data, and we'll go back out to the community to identify areas where there maybe is a lack of service. We do hear often from our members of the community that they have a desire to bring back the bins. We have talked to this, that the volume of waste that we can collect, as well as the frequency and adjusting the frequency of serving these bins has an impact. But now with that data, if we can identify locations where there is a need, but what it's also done is it's identified locations from the last lot of community consultation where there is no use and no need there. So we've got a bin that's been identified within the Innisfail CBD, which has not reached capacity ever. I don't think it's ever got above 20%. And that just demonstrates a over-servicing of that bin. So we can use the data now to repurpose some of the bins that are in areas where they're underutilised and over-serviced. And I say over-serviced because the putrescible waste that still goes into some of these bins, we still need to service what is put in there. But yeah, that ability to go to the community and reallocate some of the underserviced bins to areas where they are more genuinely required.
So we are going to do further consultation to the community on public space bins, as we have said previous.
Through the chair, we're waiting to use the video that Telstra has put together to demonstrate the value of these bin sensors, and I apologise for some of the terrible acting that occurs in that video before it's put out there. But the video to demonstrate the technology and the benefit of the technology, and then through our Your Say page to actually put it back out there and have the ability for individuals to drop pins like we did last time, with some notes about what the sort of usage and why they foresee that those areas require a public place bin.
So do those sensors go back to someone? Like, does somebody get an alert to say this bin's at full capacity?
Yep, through the chair, we can log in through our computer now. You can look at all of the bins across the region. We can request that it provides the most cost-effective pickup for the bins that are at capacity. It can provide triggers as well. We don't reactively, typically unless there was a serious issue, we wouldn't react to a bin. If it's at 80% on a Saturday evening, we know it's getting service Sunday morning. There is a significant cost to calling someone out for one bin. What we'd like to do is use the technology and the data we've got now to ensure that we're also considering seasonality, because we all know as we
Yeah.
get into the wet season, there's some areas that are used less and the bin usage drops off. So I think the benefit using the existing JJ's contract as well as our own internal resource with this data is we can optimise servicing based on real data and seasonality that we see.
And is there any opportunity for us? I know there was a guy that came to us about installing cages on the side of those bins that people could put their recyclables in, and then they could be anybody was welcome to come and take those recyclables out and go and get their 10 cents worth. So it's sort of an ongoing community thing. So a community group could go and pick them up. You know, I know there's a guy in Tully that goes every week with his children in a cart, and they go around and pick up all the empty bottles and that off the street, and they take them down. So these were to be installed on the side of on the ones that we have there presently. It's an open cage that you can clearly see that you just put bottles and plastic in. So I just wondered if you could look into that a bit further.
Mission Beach Lions do that for the restaurants and cafes in at Mission Beach, their yellow bins. And I do feel that the people that overloaded that bin in the Village Green were actually doing their best, because their recyclables were all packed in boxes. Do you know what I mean? So I feel that they were trying to do the right thing as best they could. Yeah, that's just my thought process.
Yeah, through the chair, we can take that on notice and come back with some timing. I know the team's been investigating the opportunity, and it's just we obviously fabricate our own bin housing. So how do we? And we see the skins on those bin housings regularly be kicked in and vandalised.
I just noticed a few
so
more this week.
We would just need to understand, how that would occur. We can obviously put some. As part of the consultation, we could identify locations. There's some locations where I'm sure there would be good uptake of that, and there would be people that would utilise that. There's probably other locations where maybe that wouldn't be, just due to the nature of the location.
Councillor Littlemore, we will come back to you, Councillor Chewy. Sorry.
Through you, Chair. Mr. Grafford, do you have some idea when we might go back to the community, talk about potential alternate bin locations, or where they might bring some back, the pin dropping exercise you mentioned?
So, through the chair, we've commenced the internal conversations around that. We were waiting for the formal release of the Telstra video. We thought that would be a good way to generate some interest. It's, like I said, some great acting in the video, and that might just be the initiative that we need to demonstrate why it is important that we have those. But yeah, it'll be over the next coming months that we'll be able to get that out there, now that the video's been authorised for release by Telstra.
Can I just make, sorry, Councillor Chewy, I just want to make one more comment about the rubbish and the bins. We didn't go out there and take those bins away just for the fun of it. We have an initiative through the federal government that we are expected to meet to reduce waste to landfill by 2050, and that was one of the proposed ideas. Sometimes things don't go quite as smooth as you'd like them to be, but please be mindful with your rubbish. Please don't throw it on the ground. I'm pretty sure at home you don't throw rubbish on the ground, or if you do, maybe you need to refine your practices. But yeah, there are bins out there for you to use, and yeah, thanks. Okay, Councillor Chewy,
Thank you.
continue.
But that was great discussion, so thank you. Yes, Mr. McNamara, beach cleanup. Speaking of stuff like, tidying up. How are we going? I believe we're starting at Mission Beach, but you've got reports back on work that has already been done?
Thank you, Councillor Chewy. Yes, Bingle Bay was the first come off the rank, and we've taken several items of beach furniture from there. South Mission and Cassowary, the comms were out at the start of this week, and they'll go for until the 14th of October. Come 14th of October, each item that is on the beach will be stickered with a large yellow sticker, which is very visible. The GPS coordinates of every item will be logged and photographed, the same as it was in Bingle Bay. And then from the 4th of November, those items will be picked up if they're still left there. So we have local law number 1 and local law number 4, which prohibits people leaving beach furniture for a couple of reasons. One, it doesn't look too good. when Mission Beach is for everybody, and all the beaches are for everybody, and we're showcasing those. And secondly, we're just about to enter the cyclone season, so those items of beach furniture can very easily become a missile. So that's why we're doing it. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. After the initial beach cleanup, that'll continue as a local laws
It will.
initiative. Yep.
Yes, Madam Mayor. So it's hopefully an annual clean-up. So especially this time of year prior to the cyclone season, but we intend that to be ongoing.
So people should, if they want to take their chairs and tables, take them down there and then take them home when you're finished.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I had this question raised to me by a group of school children at Mission Beach State School who didn't feel it was appropriate that they couldn't leave their stuff. And I just pointed out that with if every person on the Cassowary coast brought a chair or a table to the beach shoreline and left it there, there'd be 3,000 bits of furniture up and down our coastline. They sat there and processed it, and they kind of all nodded their head and agreed. So, but we did, when this first came about, there was discussion of we would be putting more tables and chairs in. Has that happened at all, or?
Through the chair, look, I understand we undertook some consultation, and following that consultation, it was determined. I think you go to South Mission Beach along the Esplanade there, I think there's 12 or 13 picnic settings just in that section of beach, which typically it's not hard to find one that you can sit at and enjoy the amenity. Like you said, microplastics, major issue for us along our beaches, and to see some of those plastic chairs taken there is not right. But if people, we again reviewed that policy. We've now got a policy where if someone identifies a location they'd like a tribute or, better not call it a memorial bench, but they'd like a bench or a picnic setting that they would like to put in, then there's something that council can consider. But yeah, if there's an area where there is high usage, council's consistently looking at, there's no point having a picnic setting in a locality where it's not being utilised. Yeah.
Thank you. I just have a few more things, if I may. Thank you, Mr. McNamara. Thank you. So just the weekend before last was a huge weekend in our region. We had the Art Deco, we had Outriggers, we had On a Mission, we had the Fishing Club. So I just want to thank all those who attended those events. Thank you to the people who organised and created those events, and reminding that the Cardwell Sea Fest is happening on the long weekend, which is another fun weekend to go to. Councillors, I believe, have all been invited. So, lots of fun. Tomorrow, an important day, 10 o'clock at St Clair's Church is a service for Police Remembrance Day. Public are certainly invited to attend, and if they would like to lay a wreath, they're welcome to do that as well. Morning tea will be provided under the school after the service. It is a very moving service, and we need to take time to thank all those who work on and keep us safe. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Any further general business? Councillor Purman?
Mr. CEO, just one for you. A few of the businesses in Innisfail have approached myself. The garden beds in front of the Innisfail courthouse, absolutely beautiful. That's the feedback I'm getting from the businesses and the residents. They're asking, how do we implement that in other parks and gardens along the rest of the CBD, where the undercover crossing is out in front of the Commonwealth Bank. I think it's potential there to really make the place look really pretty at a low cost. Is there anything?
Yes, it's already in the pipeline. I've spoken to Mr. Gruffin about this, and the team are aware of it, and they will replant some of the others as well, I believe. It's all in the process.
All right, thanks, Chair.
Well, just going to say through the chair, part of that restructure in August 2023 was to change one of the existing sort of engineering positions we have and have a real focus on open space and bring in a skill set that can do that. I don't know if you've seen even the roundabout in Mission Beach near Woolworths at the moment, proper horticultural practices going into some of these garden beds and some of these areas. So starting to see the benefit of having a dedicated resource that's bringing some of those horticultural practices into these areas. We've got a new service delivery lead in that space as well, who brings a lot of experience. So absolutely continue to look at improving the amenity, and certainly has been a strong direction from this council that the CBDs and the amenity in the CBDs is something that they want to focus on.
And I would have to say that driving around Innisfail recently, I have noticed a very vast improvement in all of the greenery that's around the streets. It's so nicely done. So highly commend the team for their work, and yeah, they're doing a great job. Councillor Baines.
And I'll just add to those comments. This is about the continuing improvement that's been going on. It hasn't just miraculously happened overnight. This has been going on regularly, and it's continuing to improve. And I'm sure especially with the team members, Mr. Graffin, almost called you Andrew then, I would have to buy Trudy a can of Coke, that Mr. Graffin was speaking to earlier, we'll see this expanding across our entire region. It really is. It's wonderful to see. So I do reiterate your words about our team, because it is the team on the ground that are making us look great. And Nicholas, that sort of commentary coming back is really good for the team to hear, because sometimes council don't always get good news stories. It's generally a bit of bashing or a bit of carrying on, or people leaving their rubbish everywhere and someone else having to clean it up. So it's a great good news story to come forward.
It is, and it is joined by the good news story at Banyan Park and the entrance to Tully and the new plantings that they've done there. We've had so many great comments about how good it looks.
Sorry, following on from that, I actually spoke to one of the officers. I'm not quite finished. You led me into a gateway, so I took it. One of the officers was at Violet Smith Park looking there, and he was talking about plantings and flowers and stuff, and I said, we just got out of a session where we talked about how great the courthouse was, and he was very excited to get positive feedback. So I did pass it on to one of the team about the praise that the courthouse work has received.
Yeah. Councillor Jessup.
Yes, through the chair. I'd also like to comment on the Banyan Park. I'm getting lots of positive feedback from people. The odd couple of people that would have done things a little differently as well. I'm sure that they've all been consulted. But the next question they're asking is, when stage 2 begin? And also, they're loving the fact that Innisfail now has the play area over at Warina. So is there any way that can be incorporated into Tully Banyan?
Through the chair, we've got a master plan that maps out some stages for that project. Obviously, council adopted some short-term initiatives, which what we have seen already undertaken there sat in those short-term initiatives. But when you move into the medium-term initiatives, certainly the play space, which also requires a new transit centre to be developed in that space as well, is on the card. So council's currently working through their corporate plan, which is the map for the next 4 or 5 years, certainly the rest of this term, and certainly be encouraging councillors to ensure that plan clearly demonstrates to community what those next stages of the Banyan beautification, the Mission Beach master plan, the Innisfail master plan look like. Obviously, we're constrained with funding, and whether that be grant funding or own source funding, but that corporate plan is a real opportunity to start to massage those into our annual budgets.
Okay, I'd also like to make comment and congratulate our most recent apprentices that have finished their time and have stayed on with council, and congratulate them on a job well done as well. It's good to see that we've got new people coming up the ranks and wanting to stay and wanting to join us, and we encourage anybody else. Where can they find it? On Seek? Seek, where most of the jobs are?
Yep, absolutely. Or council's website. Yeah.
On the website? Yeah, so
shared on LinkedIn.
If you want to come and join, I encourage you to, and I'd like to thank those that have just completed their time. It's can sometimes be a little challenging, but they've done it, and good job.
Through you, Mayor, we have just received advice that we've received funding for another 5 trainees and 4 apprentices
Excellent.
So that equates to about $195,000 over 2 years. So we will certainly be identifying areas within the business where there's a need, and back out there seeking, members of our community to start that journey with council.
Very good. Is there sorry, yes, Councillor Jessup.
Sorry, I'd just like to also just to remind people that the Australia Day Awards are open. You can nominate people. I think, do you have to have a second for that nomination? And so if you've got someone in your community, or even maybe yourself, that is what you would call worthy of an achievement, nominate them. Go ahead and do it. Yes, there's 17 categories to nominate, so get in there, people.
You can find the nomination at cassowarycoast.qld.gov.au. Just click in Australia Day and up it'll come. Okay, is there any further business? General business? Councillor Pervin?
Mr. CEO, the Illuminate Innisfail. How are we going with that? Where are the arts?
Through the chair, it definitely has, and I think the consultants that worked through that Innisfail CBD master plan certainly identified that the infrastructure is one part of revitalising and activating your CBD, and those short-term initiatives are another part, and we need to focus on that. So I know that officers have gone out to seek a consultant to work with some of the local contractors and to present some opportunities to council. I think officers are keen that there are a number of different ways of illuminating the CBD, in particular the trees. We need to identify the specific trees of significance that are to be illuminated, but we're aware there's uplights, there's LED uplights, there's bud lights, there's lasers. There is a myriad of different ways, and I think a part of the activation of these lights is not just people driving past and going, wow, they look nice, is getting people to come into the CBD and turn that into a bit of an event. So we will be coming back to council with these consultants and saying, look, here's options, and anyone that, thank Cairns for giving our Nature Play a plug, will give their recent festival a plug. You've only got to go up to the Esplanade there and look at the number of people that come out to see the way. And we're not talking about doing it potentially to that sort of extreme, but just something slightly different that will encourage people to go and eat and stay down at the Esplanade. So the consultant's been engaged and will be bringing something back to council. But apologies, that process has taken a little bit longer than we would have liked. I think there's been a focus on lighting up the bridge as well. And we've brought that back in to focus on looking at particularly some of these significant trees in the CBD, and that project will also consider the trees in Banyan Park. It makes sense to have one program to be able to monitor these, and one set of spares for this equipment. So it'll be coming back shortly, very shortly.
Councillor.
Sorry, I do have one for the community, for the whole community, the whole of Cassowary Coast. Riverfest, sorry, it has really crept up, is on the 12th of October. It's on a Saturday. It kicks off at 2 o'clock. Fireworks is going to be at 8 o'clock. Paul Burt from 7 News is coming up. He's an ambassador. He's going to be in the region for a few days, and he's going to do a bit of a cooking thing on the day. So, yes, it's going to be big. It's free, completely free. You do have to pay for your food if you wish to purchase food, but completely free for the whole community. And come on down on the Saturday, the 12th of October. Fireworks is going to be amazing again, as it was last year. 2 p.m. it starts. There is, there'll be posters around town, but also on Facebook, I think it's Innisfail Riverfest, and all the details and stuff will be on there. So yes, get on and support that free community event.
So what do they have at the Riverfest? Is it music? Is it live acts?
Creepers.
Is it
There
everything?
is, it's more about celebrating the culture of Innisfail and our Greater Cassowary Coast. There'll be cultural dancing, there'll be performers, food, there'll be a mullet tossing competition if you want to throw a mullet Well, no, an actual fish mullet, not a mullet. Well, could throw some of those hair mullets out. There'll be River of Lights, so there'll be boats in the river. The loco, yes, MSF is bringing a big loco and dropping that in as well again, so it's all free for the community. There'll be amusement rides, the crowning of Miss Riverfest 2024. So many things happening, but all of the time, it'll all be on the Facebook page and out in the community on what's happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Sounds good. Any further comments? I've just got one comment. I don't want to put any angst out there, but please be vigilant around your house and home and vehicles. At the moment, there is some activity going on in the community that's not so great, so please make sure that you're locking your doors and taking your car keys out of your car. Thank you for being with us today. We're going to just move into... The meeting's going to be closed to the public in accordance with section 254J13 to deal with rating concessions, legal advice and negotiations. So could we have a mover? Moved by Councillor Bain, seconded by Councillor Pervin. All those in favour? Thank you, and we'll move into our closed session. Thank you. Can we have a mover and a seconder to move out of the closed meeting, please? Moved by Councillor Baines, seconded by Councillor Littlemore. All in favour? Carried. We now go to 10.1, outstanding rates and charges, and this will be presented by Ms Sayers. Hello.
So this report is presented for council consideration in relation to acquiring lots 701 and 801 on plan number M2931 as per the local government regulation section 148EI, which states the total amount of the overdue rates or charges is more than the value of the land, and the land is considered to be either A, valueless, or B, of so little value that if it were sold, the proceeds of the sale would be less than the amount of overdue rates or charges. So a little bit of background information on lot 701 and lot 801. So they both form part of the subdivision behind the FNQ Ports Corporation Limited. This subdivision has existed for some time after 1970. Currently, there is limited public access to the port and no access whatsoever to the lots within the subdivision. The owner, as mentioned on the title, is Devizes Trust under the will of the former owner. Both the Devizes Trust and the previous owner are deceased, and the rates and charges have been outstanding for 7 years. So it's the recommendation that council approve acquisition of lots 701 and 801 on plan number M2931 due to the outstanding rates and charges in accordance with section 148 of Local Government Regulation 2012.
Moved by Councillor Littlemore, seconded by Councillor Jessup. All in favour? Thank you. We'll move to the next lot, 10.2, outstanding rates and charges.
The council has continued to undertake rates recovery action on properties with outstanding rates as set out in the council's debt recovery policy. Council's debt recovery policy sets out a detailed list of actions that council officers undertake periodically as part of the rates recovery process. Property owners with outstanding rates and charges each period receive a first and final reminder notice. If payment is not made or an agreed payment arrangement entered into, the rate file is sent to council's collection agency. The collection agency attempts contact via mail, SMS and email where appropriate. If the property owner fails to make contact or enter into an approved payment arrangement, their rate file will be referred to council to approve and commence legal action. Periodically, officers review the progress of all properties with outstanding rates. As a result of this review, it is recommended for council to consider commencing the sale for outstanding rates and charges against the 24 properties as per Schedule 1 in accordance with the provisions of the Local Government Regulation 2012. It is the recommendation that council approve proceedings commence for the sale of land for properties detailed in Schedule 1 of this report for overdue rates and charges in accordance with Section 140 of Local Government Regulation 2012.
Thank you. Councillor Chewy.
Excuse me, I'm happy to move it, but the landowners still have time to respond to payment to prevent this situation happening?
Absolutely. So we have sent out letters indicating that we will go down this path and encouraging property owners to make contact with us so something can be organised before we start with the proceedings.
Right. Any other comments? Seconded by Councillor McLeod. All in favour? Carried. Thank you. I now invite trade waste. Item 10.3, trade waste and water concessions, and Ms Di Maria will present.
Good afternoon all. So council has received a request for a trade waste and water concession for a property as per Schedule 1 for the period of 16th of November 23 to the 23rd of May 24. This report seeks approval of the recommendation to apply a water and trade waste concession under the terms for exceptional circumstances in line with 5.2.4 in Council's rating concession policy. So the recommendation is that Council approve the water concession of $18,397.93 for the period of 16th of November 23 to 23rd of May 24 and apply it to the property detailed in Scheduled 1 of this report due to exceptional circumstances. Second recommendation is that Council approve the Tradeways concession of $16,194.63 for the period of 16th of November 23 to 23rd of May 24 and apply it to the property detailed in Schedule 1 of this report.
So I have a couple of questions on that. So will this property now have a trade waste meter installed, or has it been installed since this inception?
Yes, so they have since had a trade waste meter installed to the property.
And do they have a smart meter?
Yes, and they've also signed up to the smart water meter portal, so they can monitor future water usage.
So that should now give them any alerts should they have any further leakages from this point on?
Correct.
Okay, so this would be a one-off. We wouldn't expect to see this happening again, I would imagine.
Correct.
So there is the importance of people signing up to smart meters for this very reason. If you have a leak, the smart meter can absolutely send you a ping on your phone and say, hey, oh, you got a water leak, and that it should be checked out, because we do know that things do get lost in the mail and sometimes it's not always the best way of communication. Okay, Ms. Councillor Baines?
Someone just got pinged.
Yeah.
I was just going to reiterate that and probably ask Ms. DeMaria the question. So if people aren't particularly tech savvy, there is the ability maybe to set the system up, possibly with the assistance of a family member or at our libraries, and then those notifications will be sent out automatically.
Yes.
Making them aware, because then the residents need to understand if we're notifying, so if council notifies them that there's a leak, they need to get a private contractor, a plumber, a registered plumber, a licensed plumber, thank you, I knew you'd know the words, on site to try and identify where the leak is. There's no point just walking around your yard and going, well, there's no water leak here, because they're not always visible or readily identifiable. So, but if it's coming out of the smart water meter, it's right, it's correct. Go and have a look, see, get it sorted out. But what's the take like in this? Is that a question I can ask you, Ms. DeMaria, or shall I throw that over to the CEO?
I think through the chair, the only accurate answer to that is not where we'd like it to be. We would obviously like everyone with the smart meter to be on the portal and registered and getting advice, because even though we are one of the wettest parts of our country, we do still have water security challenges. So if people are conscious of their water usage, that app lets you monitor that on an hourly basis.
So it's simple. It's just simply downloading an app.
It's effectively,
is it called smart water meter app, or what is it actually called?
Yes, so I believe you enter in your mobile number and you actually get SMS alerts.
Yeah, so through the chair, it's not a physical app, it's a web address, which is a portal, which you can obviously pin to your home screen, but once you're in there and set some of the parameters, it will provide you with those updates. Those that are really into it, you can be on holidays and sitting on a beach somewhere else, monitoring your water usage in the Cassowary coast.
Very good. Councillor Jessup.
Yeah, through the chair, I'd just like to, this is not going to be an excuse for people not to sign up. Like, if they haven't signed up, that's not going to be an excuse that they didn't know that their water wasn't. That they had major leaks or problems, you know. It's sort of not through ignorance of not joining the app. It's for your own benefit, basically.
I think, yeah, through the chair, it's important to highlight that, you know, council maintain our network up to the metre. So the issues we're talking about here are an issue with your own internal network, and there's a responsibility to do that. Council do now monitor, and our monitoring is better with these smart meters now. We're picking it up, whereas historically it might have been a 6-monthly read where you'd say, wow, something's gone wrong here. So now with the data we've got, we are sending letters to individuals and to businesses regularly as soon as we're aware that something's not quite right. It's then up to the individual to engage a licensed plumber to actually, you know, go and identify the issue. And unfortunately, sometimes these are, you know, buried under slabs or driveways, or they're a bit more obvious when they're in a wall. But yeah, it is up to the individual to do that, and yeah, we do need to continue to notify them.
So in doing the right thing and signing up to the app is protecting themselves, and their property as well. And you, by being alerted with an SMS or a letter, letters can get lost. SMSs just straight to your phone.
Through the chair, emails, SMSs, there's a number of different mechanisms that we can use to notify individuals, but you're right, there's plenty of local government areas that don't provide a concession to ratepayers, and like I said, there's time frames around, you know, your own ability to get a plumber in to actually investigate and undertake some work. So yeah, our water charges are scaled. Once you trickle over that 475 kilolitres for that rate does increase significantly from, I think it's $1.18 up to about $2.22. So it's a significant jump. So not only is there that initial hit that you've got that water that you aren't actually using that you're paying for, your tariff then increases for the remainder of that period as well.
So we've gone over to smart meters to be able to offer a service that is beneficial to the homeowner or business owner. So I encourage you to get on there and sign up. It's free. It takes only a few minutes to put your details in. You've only got to do it once and you're in the system, and could have great benefits for you down the track. Councillor Littlemore.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Mr. Graffin, are we going to review the concession policy given the rollout of smart meters? I mean, if people are not prepared to monitor their own water usage and we're providing a mechanism to do that, should they be able to claim a concession or ask us to waive that charge?
Through the chair, absolutely. Officers can bring that back to council, undertake a review and workshop that with council, but yeah, that policy can be amended and adjusted at any stage, and yeah, with the change in technology, and that technology assists ourselves as well. We don't have meter readers walking the streets and dodging dogs and spiders and snakes and things like that anymore. We can do that remotely for those that have those, but yeah, absolutely, I think we need to consider considerable amount of revenue today that council's considering waiving based on the fact that there is an issue at that premise, and I know there's some exceptional circumstances with this, but council waive upwards of $170,000 a year in excess water charges, and they're the ones that do meet our current policy. You know, I think there's a considerable number more which don't meet the policy. So yeah, absolutely, we'll bring that back to council and review that.
Very good. Could you move that? Happy to move that. Councillor Bain, seconded by Councillor Jessup. All in favour? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are up to 10.4. Ms Paish will present, and we have 2 of our councillors leaving the room due to conflicts.
Chair, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So this item is for Register of Pre-Qualified Suppliers for Trade and Professional Services. In July 2024, Council released a tender to establish a Register of Pre-Qualified Supplier Arrangement for Trade and Professional Services, which will allow council staff to engage suitably pre-qualified suppliers of trade and professional services. There are benefits to this arrangement for both council and suppliers, leading to a reduction in the administration process for council and tendering costs for suppliers. The categories covered by this ROPS are listed within the report and are available for public perusal as required. The initial contract term is for 3 years from the date specified in the letter of acceptance, with one optional extension term of 3 years also available. This report includes 3 recommendations for council. Point 1 is that council approve the outcome of the tender to date, with supplies listed in attachment 1 recommended for inclusion on the register of pre-qualified suppliers for trade and professional services where they have conformed to council criteria. Point 2, in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, delegate authority to the CEO to negotiate, finalise and execute any and all matters associated with or in relation to the contract, subject to council's procurement policies and practices. And point 3, council note that final award details will be brought back to council and made public via council's website.
Happy to move. Moved by Councillor Littlemore, second by Councillor Chewy. I just have a question around the 3-year term. So that 3-year term is locked in at the given price, or is there avenues for them to come back and want to reassess that at some stage?
So the terms of the agreement state that the price will be fixed for the initial two-year period of the agreement, with a price review available to suppliers every 12 months thereafter.
After the 2 years, and then and the suppliers get reviewed on a 12-monthly basis, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
So if there was somebody new that wanted to come on board, they would have the opportunity after that first 12 months to put in an application, or?
Yeah, so every 12 months council will conduct a refresh period, which consists of a tender, so open market opportunities for suppliers to submit a response and be considered to join the panel should they provide a conforming response.
Okay, very good.
Yep.
All in favour? Carried. Thank you. We'll just bring one of the councillors back. Door there.
So item 10.5, register of pre-qualified suppliers for plant and truck hire. So in July 2024, council released a tender to establish a pre-qualified supplier arrangement for plant and truck hire, which will allow council staff to engage suitably pre-qualified suppliers of plant and equipment for both wet and dry hire. So there are benefits to this arrangement for both council and suppliers, leading to a reduction in the administration process for council and the tendering costs for suppliers. The categories covered by this ROPS are listed within the report and are available for public perusal as required. The initial contract term for this agreement will be 3 years from the date specified in the letter of acceptance, with one optional extension term of 3 years also available. The recommendation included in this report consists of 3 items. Point 1 is that council approve the outcome of the tender to date, with the supplies listed in attachment 1 recommended for inclusion on the register of pre-qualified suppliers for plant and truck hire, where they have conformed to council criteria. Point 2, in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, delegate authority to the CEO to negotiate, finalise and execute any and all matters associated with or in relation to the contract, subject to council's procurement policies and practices. And item 3, council note that final award details will be brought back to the council and made public via council's website.
Very good. Any questions? Moved by councillor Jessup, seconded by councillor Toohey. All in favour? Sorry,
I was just going
councillor
to
Baines,
ask.
did you have a comment?
I was just going to ask the question. Obviously, the same criteria as in 10.4 around the review periods, etc.
Yep.
Apply to 10.4.
That's right.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a great afternoon. That brings our meeting to a close. We'll just wait for councillor Pervin to return to the room. Sorry, we've had a lengthy process today. I declare the meeting closed at 22 minutes past 1. Thank you. Have a good week.